want to raise anything? No. Okay, thank you.
May it please you, sir. Ms. Stikenot is ready to give her evidence. The first part of her evidence, as we agreed yesterday, would be the showing and the talking through of the fly-through, which we're going to put on the screen behind you. So it might make sense if you took another seat. It takes 2.5 minutes, approximately. We're happy to show it as often as possible. But twice might be enough. Once might be enough. Can we just judge when we've seen it? Thank you very much, sir. I'll just pass over to the witness. So I'm going to take the view that she introduced herself, although it wasn't examination in chief, that she introduced herself appropriately in terms of the presentation, and I don't ask that that be repeated.
Good morning, sir. Okay, we can start. So we can see here an overview of the proposed development, looking from the south. We've got Rye Lane to the west. If you stop for a moment, you can see here very well that the taller buildings are clearly shown towards the east of the site, stepping down towards the edges, all around. If you keep going, please. So they're stepping down towards Rye Lane, so towards the conservation area, but also towards all the other edges, including to the east where the residential areas are. Particular care has been given, if you stop, to respond to the characteristics of the conservation area and to local heritage assets, and key townscape views, as we've already seen, have been taken into consideration. Okay. The height of building A relates well to the shoulder of the clock tower building, and the detail of the facade is picked up with different arches in the facades. There is a clear vertical rhythm in the facade, both in the shop fronts as well as the upper floors. And you can see here in the central part, this is building B, the tall arches. Hold for a second. The tall arches kind of improve the verticality. This is now approaching from the south towards walking down Rye Lane. You can see the unified Rye Lane frontages with individual bays, which enhance the quality of the shop fronts in this area. And also with the residential facade rhythm showing above. We're now turning into the passageway towards Aylesham Gardens, still within the conservation area. The route through to Aylesham Gardens is lined with shops. There's opportunity for artwork, and we've designed a series of meaningful new publicly accessible spaces. The central Aylesham Gardens green space is lined with shops and restaurants and cafes. We've got Market Lane with shops to both sides, which lead to the new Morrisons. You can see here, and now turning into another green space called Discovery Gardens, which has a more residential feel to it with play space, both for residents and visitors alike. Across the master plan, there's a variety of facade articulation and color schemes. All buildings have a really strong ground floor plinth, typically with color applied through glazed brickwork, highlighting retail activity and creating active frontages. You can see here the entrance, the new entrance to the Morrisons that sits between buildings M and L. The workspace building, seen here on the left-hand side, contributes to the character of Peckham Yards. Ground floor ties in with the outside space, with its language of arches, akin to the railway arches found within the area. And the open space itself is inspired by Copeland Park nearby. Building L, seen here towards the left, forms a new backdrop to the TfL bus station and gives new identity to this part of the townscape. And overall, the proposals are very contextual. They provide new connections and permeability throughout the site, and they tie in with the local context. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to say if we could just play it through one more time, just without stopping, And if I can ask the witness to identify the parts of the new proposal which are within and out with the conservation area. Thank you.
So yeah, the conservation area here would be towards the left hand of the site. So all the whole stretch along Rye Lane, as well as parts of Aylesham Garden and part of Building F, which is the smaller building to the bottom right of the image. Thank you, Omar. So all of this, of course, is within the conservation area. The new passageway through between the Johnson Higgins building and Building A is within the conservation area. The whole stretch along Rye Lane, we all know, is. And also the approach from the south. The passageway through into Aylesham Gardens that we are going to enter now. All of this, again, is still sits within the conservation area, and most of Aylesham Gardens itself, so everything we can see here on the right-hand side, is also within it. And we are now stepping out of the conservation area. Here, the back of the Jones and Higgins building would be within the conservation area as well. And the back of the Peckham High Street properties as well.
Thank you very much, sir. Now, we've heard your presentation, and we're going to try and not duplicate that. I want to try and pick up with you some points that have been made by Mr. Bevan and others during the first part of the inquiry, so that you can help the inspector with those matters. I would start, please, with the site as a whole and the principle of development. I think we can probably switch that off if it's people are watching on video, so that they can see the proceedings as opposed to the video. That's it. Thank you very much. Good. Can we look at the existing plot, please? The application site plot. We go to page 14 of your proof. And let's go to 14 and 21 at the same time if we can. Let's start with 21, in fact. Start with 21 and then we'll move back to 14. Page 21. You there?
Yeah.
You happy for me? Good. Can we look at, how would you characterize that existing plot, please, in townscape and architectural terms?
Sure. It's a very large site, quite empty overall. We have the Aylesham Centre to the right hand side of the image. So we're looking here from the north. Overall, it's very low density. There's a huge car park that is it's basically an empty site with a petrol station. Also in the corner, in the southeastern corner, and overall, I would characterize it as an anomaly within this area. Typically, all other parts around it are built much more densely with a finer grain to it. There's of course a kind of frontage on Rye Lane, but all the other boundaries and edges are not defined and are kind of voids within the streetscapes.
Thank you. It's been described variously as an opportunity site. Do you agree?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. And in terms of the way the development plan works, we know that there is a site-wide and indeed wider than the site allocation in the terms that we're now familiar with.
Correct.
Thank you very much. Good. I'm going to ask you now to turn to the specific architectural contribution to the townscape of the conservation area from the Aylesham Centre itself. Can you pick up, please, Mr. Etheridge's proof of evidence? So I should get his name right first. Mr. Eldridge's proof of evidence.
Yes.
And can we go to figures? You've got similar figures 2, 3, and 4.
Yes.
There's been a debate at the inquiry about whether this is a positive contribution, Rule 6.6 position, or it's a negative position, which is the conservation area appraisal and everybody else's position. But I want to explore with you the extent to which you say it's negative, because that's what you say. And I want to do it in architectural terms. We'll hear from other witnesses shortly. In terms of the facade facing and holding the conservation area, we know the conservation area goes further back, but in terms of the facade, I want your architectural view, please, as the contribution that makes to townscape and the conservation area character and appearance.
Yes, so in my view, it really creates a very kind of long, continuous stretch along the road, which is feels very kind of out of character, especially with the finer grain opposite. So it's very horizontal. There's very little vertical articulation, very little variety within the facade itself. And also the shop fronts are very generic. I feel it could be anywhere, and also of low architectural quality. The quality of the brickwork itself, as well as I already talked about it the first day of the inquiry. There's kind of cabling and like low quality bits to the facade, which really are detracting within the conservation area.
Thank you. There was this debate about height and scale and the difference between the two. What can you say to the inspector about your understanding of that?
I feel like the scale of the building is it's very big. It's like one, as I said earlier, it's like one long piece of facade. The height, on the other hand, is probably too low within the setting, both to hold the street as well as how the building meets the bookend buildings.
Thank you. Can we just look at the photos? I think Mr. Bevan and yourself have now said that's too low. It's at 3 stories, and then the rather strange, I don't know, cupola type things that take it at limited points to 4 and 5. 3 stories and then 4 and 5 with the cupolas. Just explain in terms of proportion and also in terms of the context of that which is going to come behind. We'll look at this in more detail later, but that which is going to come behind, why that sort of 3/4 stories, which Mr. Bevan said should continue. I just want your view as to whether that's an appropriate height along this important frontage.
Yeah, I think considering the site allocation with the kind of around 850 units, which would come forward on the overall site, this particular part of the site can definitely take a lot more height than, say, 3 stories. I think it does not hold the street enough. I think this side of the road, the eastern part, can take more height than the western part because of the the character of the bookend buildings, which have a more kind of civic presence to them, and themselves are between 4 and 5 stories high themselves.
Thank you. And what about the relationship of this condition to what the local authority have found acceptable and take no townscape or heritage issue with in relation to views D, E and F? So if you could have that document to hand, please.
I think if you imagine that ABC were much lower, about 3 stories high, then there would be an incongruous relationship with the buildings behind it, D, E, and F. The current proposal shows a kind of mediation between the higher proposals behind the new context, shall we call it, and the existing context of the western part of Rye Lane.
All right. So back to where we were, which is to consider the architectural contribution of the existing buildings on the site to the character and appearance of the conservation area. Looking at figure 3, where we've got 3-story and 4 and 5 stories. Why do you think Mr. Bevan expressed the view that they could be taller at this location?
I think that maybe he thought that it does not hold the street, and also that the relationship to the facade, especially of 43 Rye Lane, does not work well, because there's a step in the height of the elevations.
Thank you, and I think we can see that probably. You turn the page if you've got a paper copy. But again, in the heritage and townscape evidence, we've got that at figure 7. Is that right?
That's correct. Both figure 7 as well as figure 6 on the 5 and 6 on page 12. So it's really it really relates to both bookend buildings. So on the Jones and Higgins building, figure 5 and 6, you can see how the Aylesham facade really steps down very quickly, and therefore I think has an incongruous relationship to the southern part of the lower shoulder height of the Jones and Higgins building.
Thank you. Next, please, while we're looking at the contribution of the existing building to the character and appearance of the conservation area, how permeable is the existing condition?
Well, the existing condition is not permeable at all. There is the central arcade, which obviously has a controlled access. It's into a shopping center, and otherwise there are no other entrances. And in addition, that arcade leads into a car park, so it does not really contribute to the overall permeability of this part of the town centre.
Thank you. Given it is a town centre, and given the existence elsewhere of lanes, etc., what's your judgment as to whether that absence of permeability is a benefit, a harm, or is a neutral?
In my view, it is a harm.
Thank you very much. Right. Thank you very much. That's the end of that. Can we now pick up, please, your proof at paragraph 114?
Page 114. Please.
Yes, sorry, page 114. I'm so sorry.
Yes.
Now, we've got a useful set of elevations here. The inspector will know that elevations as true elevations don't allow for perspective and distance and height to be taken into account. So we're looking at them with that constraint in mind, but they're still useful for a number of other reasons. Could we start, please, with figure 272, which is a diagrammatic elevation of the Aylesham Centre? I want to ask you about domestic scale. Does that Aylesham Centre demonstrate any domestic scale, or what?
No, in my view, it doesn't. It's too flat. It's too similar all the way across. There's no variation, and also the rhythm of the facade itself does not reflect the domestic scale of the buildings on the other side of the road.
No, we're talking about domestic scale for two reasons. First reason is that these shop fronts were once of domestic scale and were converted domestic premises. We heard that from Mr. Bevan, and you deal with that in your evidence as well. Second, we are looking at it because of the allegation that there's a domestic scale on Rye Lane West. I just want to explore with you, please. Is there a domestic scale on Rye Lane West? We see the evidence in front of us here.
Yes, I agree with that. The upper floors especially are of domestic scale. We find plot widths of about 5 to 13 meters wide on the western side of the road, and they have varying fenestration, all of domestic scale, and some of them have 2 windows, some have 3, some have 4. So I think there's a lot of variety there, but it's generally of domestic scale.
Thank you. And is it entirely consistent, or is it mixed, or is it what?
It's very mixed in its character.
Thank you. And now can we look at what's proposed, please, in terms of its scale? First, is it of domestic scale?
I would argue, yes, it is of domestic scale.
Why?
There are various elements, the width of the different bays, they reflect the widths we can find on the opposite side. So bays vary from 3.5 to 10 meters roughly, again with different scaled fenestration within them. So there are no elements that are kind of out of scale for a domestic proposal.
Thank you. Can you say something about the vertical expression of 273, please?
Yes, so the building overall is structured into a number of vertical bays, 15 bays overall along the length of Rye Lane. And this verticality reflects both in the ground floor, in the shop fronts, and then it's taken up the elevations. There are elements which are recessed, so there are deep recessed inside balconies, which give a kind of vertical structure, and then also various details within the facade articulation, coloring of brickwork articulation, and metalwork as well, which reinforces this verticality.
Thank you. We know from other evidence that the previous architect on the scheme was required to be removed by the local authority, and they encouraged a new master plan architect to be employed. We'll come to that again with other witnesses. And that the local authority were keen, as the pre-inquiry notes establish, pre-application notes establish, to have local architects brought onto the scheme. Can you just say something about those local architects in the context of the inquiry that we're now at, please?
Of course. So the design brief asked for local architects to be involved. We had a selection process together with Buckley Holmes to interview a number of local practices. The ones that were chosen are all well-renowned practices. 2 of them are based very locally in Peckham Levels and the Bussey Building. And the third one, Jazz Baller Works, also Southwark-based, and Jazz happens to be a local resident in Peckham. They all understand the area very well, have their own interpretation of it, and I think they all brought their own kind of individual stamp on the buildings, and you can see that in the designs, that each part of these buildings is different and responds carefully to its own kind of local context.
We've got at Appendix 8 of your proof. I don't ask you to look it up, sir, but we've got at Appendix 8 specific inquiry statements from each of the three.
That's right.
And so we'd ask you to take those into account, but I don't think we need to go to them now. But could you just summarize, please, maybe by looking at the facade elevation that we've got on 114, what you see as the specific contributions that each individual architectural house brought to the buildings block A, B, and C?
So Dow Farmer Architects, they designed Building A. They were very careful in the kind of relationship, creating a positive relationship to the Jones and Higgins building. They, together with us, with the DRMM as the master planners for this part, designed the new passageway into the site. And also the chamfer of the northern corner, which relates really well in the views to the geometry of the building and allows for more sky view of the sky around the shoulders of the Jones and Higgins building. They also picked up in their designs various elements of the Jones and Higgins facade, such as arches above the windows. Building B, which is the central part, was designed by Fikes and Merlin. They were very careful to respond to the this being the central part of the overall Rye Lane frontage. We've seen in other contributions yesterday that the original Jones and Higgins department store had a taller element that was more ornate maybe in the central area, and this is reflected in their designs with the application of tall arches that emphasize the verticality in this area, and also arches again above the individual windows. They also applied a more strong color scheme across the metalwork of the different bays that are produced. And then finally, Jazz Baller Works designed Building C to the very south. They concentrated on stitching and really carefully with 43 to 49 Rye Lane, so the bank building and the kind of wing next to it, both in height but also in terms of the detail of the facade. They've designed the double-story or two-story retail plinth that then turns into the new passageway into the Aylesham Gardens, and really ensuring that that is lined well with retail units to both sides. But really looking at the detail of the facade of 43 to 49, picking up string courses and fenestration rhythm and detailing of those two buildings.
Very much. I just want to ask you about some criticisms that we heard from Mr. Bevan, and whether you agree with them, what weight the inspector should give to them. There was a criticism about the use of the street line. Could you explain, please, how the facade line was chosen, who influenced that, and what your view of the acceptability or otherwise of that is?
The building line is in line with the ground floor of the historic Jones and Higgins department store, as well as the adjacent Jones and Higgins building, and in line with the current Aylesham Centre. So that is in line with what is asked for in the conservation area assessment. Towards the south on Building C, the upper floor, the building line of the upper floor steps back to be in line with the facade of 43, which in my opinion gives a much enhanced relationship between 43 to 49 and the proposals to what we find in the existing condition, where the Aylesham Centre is actually stepping forward and creates a flank wall. I think that the the building sitting on the building line or on the plot line works really well in terms of preserving the character of Rye Lane, in terms of holding the street line, and I think it's appropriate in this location.
Thank you. Can we go to CD31, please? CD31, paragraph 208. Paragraph 208.
Sorry, which document is?
It's the report to committee, CD31. Main report to committee. It's a very big document. Might take a little time to download.
Which paragraph, sorry?
It's paragraph 208.
Yes.
It reads, reinstating the street to Rye Lane with a replacement frontage building with both the larger southern access to the street behind and the northern alley access is considered to be a natural fit. Consistent or inconsistent with what you've just said about where the inspiration or thought for the Rye Lane frontage came from?
That is consistent.
Thank you. Next, please. Same lines. Block C. Criticism was made of the A, the existence, B, the line of, and C, the quality of the passageway through to the new garden space, which is in the conservation area, would be. Do you just want to respond to that, please, so that the inspector has your response to that criticism?
Yes, in my view, this is a very inviting new connection into the development. You can see glimpses of the Aylesham Gardens behind, and it's kind of sets up the new route through the retail loop to the Morrison's entrance. It's double-story height, and it's quite wide as well. I'm just going to check the dimensions. So it's one bay wide at the front, which is 10 meters, and then kind of tapers down and plan to about 5 meters towards the Aylesham Gardens. I think the double-story retail element on building C to the south, the way that it wraps into this passageway really enhances the quality. There's natural surveillance in it, and there's opportunity for artwork on the. And I think it really responds to other passageways in the Peckham in the local area.
Thank you. You've already mentioned the gap between Block A and the Jones and Higgins. Where did that idea first eventuate, please?
The idea was also to create more permeability into the back of the site. We saw yesterday the historic maps of routes into these backyards from albeit more from the north. They existed in similar locations, and we also sought to enhance the setting of the Jones and Higgins building and give it more space, more breathing space by sitting on its own, and also by creating more activation around the ground floor.
Thank you. Poor question from me. When I said eventuate, I meant originate, but let's ask that question now. Whose idea was that townscape gap? Where did that originate? From where did it originate?
The idea to have it open to the sky and a full kind of route through originated from conversations with officers and pre-application meetings. We did propose a passageway through, but it was changed throughout the design process to a kind of full height route through.
Thank you. What consequence does that have for the ability to see, understand, and read the Jones and Higgins building in the townscape as a whole?
I think it enhances it because you can walk around it, you can see it from the back, you get views from the yard out through the passageway adjacent to the Jones and Higgins building.
Thank you very much. Next, please, just one or two questions about Block L. Could you, again, by reference to this drawing or any other drawings that you want to see, identify what it is about the height of Block L? Why is Block L of the height that it is proposed across its two component parts?
Yes, so the height and massing of Building L really was considered within the overall massing strategy of the master plan and in light of the site allocation. And I think it's an appropriate location for height. It forms part of the layering principles that I have described in my presentation on Tuesday. It steps down from the taller elements of Building M, which is the 20-story building, to Building P, which is 11, and then Building L at 9 and 10 stories. And the existing building heights around the bus station on the other side of Peckham High Street vary between 5 and 7 stories. So I think in the context of that, you can see how it forms part of that kind of stepping down. It also sits adjacent to a really large TfL bus station, which it means that it's set back from the high street by about 60 meters. The bus station itself measures roughly 60 to 85 meters in plan. So it's a huge, like for this kind of location, a big piece of infrastructure. And in my view, the height behind that bus station is appropriate.
Thank you very much. Just one last point, I think. Can you remind the inquiry when you were first instructed?
We were instructed in July 2023.
Thank you very much. By that stage, was there in existence a design brief?
Yes, there was a design brief that we received for the competition.
Thank you. And when you say the competition, there was an open competition amongst architectural houses across the world, actually, to replace the previous architectural team and to master plan this proposal in association with local architects yet to be identified. That's all in the evidence.
Yes, there was an invited competition. The shortlist was agreed between Berkeley and Southwark. And Southwark were also part of the interview panel.
Thank you. And the interview panel was interviewing candidates on the basis of what?
On the basis of designs that were based on this design brief.
Thank you very much. And in terms of the interview process, was anybody from the local authority at the interview, at least your interview? Can't say about the others.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. And you were fortunate to get the brief, if you like, and you were instructed in July 2023. Can I ask you please to go to CD 702? CD 702. This is a series of notes, because there's a very collaborative process between the local planning authority officers, including Mr. Tsoukaris, sorry, Mr. Wilson, I see them all here. And what happened throughout this process was that at the end of every meeting, notes would be passed back and forth. And if the local authority disagreed with anything in the notes or vice versa, then that would be struck out. And so we see there are strikeouts and there are additions through the whole of this panoply of notes. Are you on CD 702?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Now, can we go to page 59, please, which is, I think, the first joint meeting after your appointment?
Yes, that's correct. September 23.
I've got it as September 26th, but I don't suppose much turns on that.
26th of September 2023.
Oh, I
I
got you.
meant.
Yep, yeah, September 2020. Yeah, you're exactly right. Good, and we can see that present were Mr. Sukaris, Catherine Jeter, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people from the London Borough of Southwark, Chloe Young, you, and some others from Avison Young, including Mr. Alston, and we can ask further about this yesterday. Let's see how that meeting started. Mr. Alston set out the new lead architectural team at DRMM, noting the project brief prepared by Barclay in consultation with LBS. Is that consistent or inconsistent with your understanding of the nature of the project brief?
Yes, that's consistent.
Oh, all right. Nobody suggested that that be altered, and we can go through other parts of this, Chief, with other witnesses in due course. But thereafter, obviously you had the allocation, you had, I don't know, I think there were 14 or more meetings with officers. Were you ever presented with another or a different or a new design brief, or was that it?
No, this was the only brief that we worked to.
All right, thank you very much. Very much. Again, I'm going to just ask you about the bus station to finish. First, are you aware of any immediate plans by TfL to develop the bus station?
No, my understanding is that TfL are not actually having any plans at the moment to develop the bus station.
Does it still, notwithstanding that, form part of the allocation?
Yes.
Now, as part of the officer's report, I'm going to deal with this with other witnesses, but as part of the officer's report, officers had to consider the relationship between the application site, the appeal site, and the wider allocation, correct?
Yes.
And whether the proposal in any way prejudiced or made it less likely that the bus station site could come forward in an appropriate configuration and way.
Correct.
Yeah. Again, I'm going to deal with the detail of this with other witnesses, but what conclusion did they reach as to whether the granting of planning permission in this case somehow prejudiced or was inappropriate having regard to the
Aylesham Centre, and particularly the Rye Lane frontage. In your presentation on Tuesday, you said it was of very low architectural and urban design quality, and you've gone into some more detail in that today. In the documents you submitted to the council, including the design and access statement and earlier documents, did you ever make that point?
I don't know.
Because when I read the design and access statement, and I've tried to do it thoroughly, I can't see any reference to a criticism of the existing appearance of the Aylesham Centre Rye Lane frontage.
I don't know. I can't point you to it.
Yeah. And on the contrary, it's right for the inspector to note, isn't it, that the design that you put forward in the first pre-application consultation included the retention of parts of that facade.
We did look at it. We discussed this internally as well as with people in the locality. We had lots of conversations with people in the just on the streets, and we understood quite quickly that it's actually an element in Rye Lane that is not loved by residents. So when we first started the process, we thought maybe people feel really strongly about it, but it turned out that that was not the case.
But just pause for a moment. Your architectural judgment, you had the brief, you put forward a competition proposal, you were appointed, and then you prepared a first set of drawings for Southwark for pre-application consultation. And at that point, your architectural judgment was that there was a case for the retention of parts of the Aylesham facade.
We always, on every project, we always review whether elements of existing buildings can be retained, also for reasons of, carbon, reducing embodied carbon in new projects. So this is part of our design procedure, and we did the same on this project.
But given that you were saying at that point to the council, we think the solution, and you were saying indeed to your client, we think the solution on Rye Lane would be to retain parts of that frontage. You must have considered them to be of sufficient architectural quality to form part of a coherent and consentable scheme.
Yeah, I don't think we said it was the solution. It was one solution that we considered.
Well, okay, that might be the case, but in answer to the question, it's yes, you thought it was of sufficient architectural quality to incorporate it within your scheme.
I think parts of it could be altered and incorporated, but they would need additions, changes to it. So not the facade as it stands.
Thank you. But when the inspector's considering your criticism now of the architectural quality of the Rye Lane frontage, it's right to note, isn't it, that criticism has only emerged from you in September in your proof of evidence. That's the first time you made that criticism.
We did come to the conclusion that we are not retaining the facade. So at the very beginning of the design process, we considered it, but then very quickly we decided to not keep any of the Aylesham Centre and instead replace it with new designs.
Now, I understand that, but the first time you say it's because of the design quality, what you now call very low architectural and urban design quality, Mr. Harris has his own adjectives, but what you now call very low architectural and urban design quality, that is not a point that you had made until September of this year, is it?
Maybe not in writing, but that doesn't mean that we did not think about the quality of the Aylesham Centre.
Right. Okay. And it's right also to note that even once you stepped away from the retention of the facade, you nonetheless have incorporated the design of the Rye Lane frontage throughout your proposals.
No, I don't think that's correct.
Okay, that's why we need the design access statement. Can you go to page 79 first, please?
Yes.
79. So this is where you introduce the colour strategy for the scheme. And you see, it's one of many, but you see there the Aylesham facade as one of the examples of local tonality.
Yes, one of many. That's correct.
Yeah, one of many. And some of those you then select for the scheme, don't you?
Yes, probably pretty much all of them.
Pretty much all of them. Okay. Well, we'll see how you then selected them. So hold that point. I'm going to do it in page order, not necessarily in theme order. So hold in mind the colour point and go to page 122, please.
Yes.
And you see here the analysis of the existing street.
Yes.
And you identify in the cross-sectional or in the elevational drawings the presence of those arches on the Aylesham Centre.
Yes, that's correct.
So you've got the sequence that you've got.
Well, it's more the stepping down. Are you referring to the kind of arrows?
The loopy arrows. You've got three.
Yes. That's kind of describing the stepping down of the facade.
Oh, I see.
And then, well, the central arch.
Okay, three pairs of arches at each end, and then the central arch. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't
Got
think
those.
that diagram necessarily talks to the arches to the ends.
Oh, I see. Okay.
It's more about the stepping down.
But it's identifying the feature of the central arch.
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay. Good. And then if we go forward to page 135, and we can see that also in the building B appendix to your evidence. If you just go to 135, and if you look at the top image, you've got this highlighted arch motif.
Yes.
Existing elevation.
Yes.
And then you've got the highlighted arches in the work that's been done on building B.
Correct.
And then if we ask, where did you get that from? The answer is that the brickwork arch motif in elevation is inspired by the existing context. You see that in the third paragraph, an architectural approach.
Yes.
Yeah. So what Beeks and Merlin have done here is they've taken the existing arch pattern of the facade and they have incorporated it in the design of building B.
There are the motif of the arch does not only occur on the Aylesham Centre. So I think the whole area along Rye Lane shows a lot of different applications of arches. You can find it in the facade of the Jones and Higgins building itself. It's highlighted on this drawing actually, as well as the bank building at 49. There are also, as was mentioned already during the inquiry, there are railway arches which are obviously close to the station, but are very, I guess, a strong feature. And in fact, as you're referring to the design and access statement, there's a section about feedback from consultation, and one of the points that was made here by young people was that they would like to see reference to arches within the overall designs.
Right.
So I wouldn't concur with that. It's solely taken from the facade of the Aylesham Centre.
All right. Well, we'll see how you deal with it in the design and access statement as we go on. But the reference to railway arches, that reference, which appeared in your presentation on Tuesday, that doesn't appear in the design and access statement, does it?
That's correct.
Why did you introduce the reference to railway arches in September 2025 and not at an earlier stage in the planning process?
Because, well, we just didn't write it in the design and access statement. Doesn't mean that it never existed.
Why did you decide to introduce it at that stage?
As I just said, I think it was already there. It is part of the overall context of the site. It was omitted in the design and access statement.
Right. Okay. So we should read this reference to arches as being a reference to railway arches, even though you don't mention them.
I don't think we can read it in the design and access statement, but yes, there is a reference. There is a general, in this area of Peckham, there are a lot of arches, and they are not all listed in the design and access statement, but there is reference made to them.
And can we just go over to page 137? And if you just, again, we've got the elevation of building B, west elevation, and then the second paragraph, last sentence, the inspiration for the arch lunette motif is taken from the existing Aylesham Centre.
Yes, that's written here. And as you highlighted just before on the previous page, what is also highlighted in the drawing is the arches of the Jones and Higgins building.
Right.
And of course, the Aylesham Centre refers to the Jones and Higgins building. I assume the original design of the Aylesham Centre, the arches, would have referred to the Jones and Higgins building.
Oh, I see. I see. So what you say is the Aylesham Centre, when we see this, what the architect means is that I saw the Jones and Higgins building was incorporated into the Aylesham Centre, and therefore by copying the Aylesham Centre, I've incorporated Jones and Higgins. Is that the?
I think they do refer to the Jones and Higgins
Right
in the drawing that you highlighted.
Can we just be a bit frank on this, please? This is presented, and whether you now stand by it or not, this is presented in your design and access statement as the arch that we see in Building B is derived from the Aylesham Centre, about which Mr. Harris has some very rude words.
Yes, that's the sentence that you've read out. That's correct.
Thank you. Can we then go on to page 155? And this is in the context of Building D. Now, Building D is the building that fronts onto the yard, and you call it, I think, Peckham Works. Contextual elevation on page 155. Where do we get the arches from? Not from a railway arch, but from the Aylesham Centre.
From the existing expressions along Rye Lane and the existing Aylesham Centre.
Yeah. So
it's both.
The arch motif is carried through into Building D from the Aylesham Centre.
I would read this differently. It says arches were inspired by the existing expressions along Rye Lane and the existing Aylesham Centre.
Well, why mention the Aylesham Centre if it was a detractor? Why would you seek to ape that?
The arches are an overall theme within the area, and yes, we're also referring to the Aylesham Centre, but we're also referring to other arches within the area.
Can you identify an arch on Rye Lane of the scale or the radius, I suppose,
yes,
of Building D other than the Aylesham Centre?
Yes, there is an arch if you go further south, just south of the station. On the western side, it's opposite Bournemouth Road.
Oh, the railway arch is down by the...
Not the railway arch.
But south of Peckham Rye Station.
Just south of Peckham Rye Station, there is an arch opposite Bournemouth Road.
Right.
That leads into an alleyway behind.
Okay.
Quite ornate arch, similar scale.
Okay, so that's your existing expressions, and then the existing Aylesham Centre is the facade that we've been dealing with.
Sorry, I didn't understand that question.
So there's two components here on there. Arches were inspired by the existing expressions along Rye Lane, and you say that's by Peckham Rye Station.
It's the overall theme of arches all the way along Rye Lane. So that would include the railway arches, the arch I just mentioned, but also smaller arches on facades along Rye Lane.
But it's still derived here from the Aylesham Centre too.
Also from the Aylesham Centre, yeah.
Do you see the theme of this?
I understand
That
what
in
you're
your
saying.
evidence in chief and in your proof, you are, to use a colloquialism, throwing the Aylesham Centre under the bus. But until September 2025, your statement to the council, your application content, was celebrating it.
I wouldn't say we were celebrating it, but there's reference made to certain elements of it, such as the arch.
And then let's go forward then to build page 213 and building L. This is a building where the treatment, the architectural treatment, is derived from the Aylesham Centre, isn't it?
Again, there are elements of the building facade that are referencing back to the facade, to the arches.
Yeah, well, there's arches, but also colour. The colour of building L is derived from the colour of the Aylesham Centre.
That's what we're saying in the design and access statement.
Yeah.
That's correct.
So what you're doing in building L is you are taking the arches from the Aylesham Centre and the colour of the Aylesham Centre and extruding them into the tall building.
I wouldn't say we're extruding it into a tall building. We're taking elements that I think are not part of the harmful, like the color of the Aylesham Centre, I don't think is a problem as such. The problem with it is that it's one color all the way along Rye Lane. So I don't think that taking a reference to the color of it is in any way a negative point.
And the arches, again, are derived from the Aylesham Centre, aren't they?
That's what's stated, and I can make the same point that I made on the other buildings.
But you see, if you thought they were derived from railway arches, you would have mentioned that before September this year, wouldn't you?
Shall I repeat myself?
Well, no, you would have mentioned it earlier, wouldn't you?
There is an overall theme, and that can be seen in the comments that were made by locals in the consultation as well.
So when we're looking at the design qualities of the Aylesham Centre, which is relevant more to the case that's now put, which is its removal is such a benefit that it outweighs any heritage harm. That's the case that's now put. To understand that, we need to see, don't we, that the architectural criticism of the Aylesham Centre only arises once we get to the appeal.
It is not described in the design and access statement, that's correct. However, there was a conclusion very early on in the process that the Aylesham Centre should be demolished and replaced.
I understand that.
Yeah.
Now, that conclusion obviously has been reached by you, and it was reached by Shepherd Robson as well. But what you have proposed throughout this scheme is to incorporate features of the Aylesham Centre, which you propose for demolition, into the scheme. Agreed?
Agreed. However, I believe that taking elements of a building, I can understand a building as overall not having high quality, architectural quality, but still pick elements of it and incorporate them into new designs, because there's a memory that people have, and whether it is overall a good building or a bad building does not mean that I can't, pick elements of it.
Yeah, but when Mr. Harris calls it execrable in his opening, you can't associate yourself with that comment, can you? Because you draw on the design of that building, on its architectural merit, and pull it into your scheme.
I really do think that in the context of Rye Lane and the conservation area, it is a very negative element.
Right. Okay. And when Mr. Harris says that when you read that building, you read the back of a small multi-story car park. That analysis is talking about the architectural composition, isn't it?
Yes, about I think it talks about the inactivity of it and the kind of relentlessness of its overall length.
Right. But you
That's how
draw
I
on
understand
elements
it.
that architecture into your scheme. Building L perhaps being the best example, where you have both the arches and the colour.
Those elements, yes.
Yeah. And the inspector will see the point. I just want to check that you're with me on this, that it appears to the council that your criticism of the appearance of the Aylesham Centre is an afterthought once faced with the criticism of the building which you propose to replace it with. You see that point?
I understand the point you're making.
Yeah. And when you first came to the council, you said the Aylesham Centre can be in part incorporated in its facade into my design. And then after that, you came back to the council with a design that referenced the Aylesham Centre, even though it was lost throughout.
It did reference the decision to demolish it was taken very quickly. It's part of our duty as architects to see whether elements can be retained of an existing building when we start the design process. Yes, we did incorporate reference to elements of the facade.
And if the position of the architects, or indeed any of your advisors, was that the Aylesham Centre was a significant detractor in the conservation area, the facade on Rye Lane was a significant detractor, if that was the position, it would have been a good point to mention, wouldn't it?
It would have, but we didn't mention it.
Yeah. And you didn't mention it in how many? 300 pages of DAS? Or indeed in the townscape appraisal, we'll come on to that. But you didn't mention it at all.
Understood.
And just taking it to its conclusion, it's not credible, is it, for you to sit here today and say that that is a view which you have held throughout, when you only came to mention it 2 years and 3 months into the project?
I wouldn't say it's not credible. We have come to the conclusion that the facade should not be incorporated. It's come through a process. As I said earlier, we discussed it with local residents or people on the street, residents of Peckham, yes, that conclusion was taken quite early on in the process.
Do you see the difference there, Mr. Sticknoth, between the conclusion that you should not incorporate the facade? That's a decision that's made on various bases, presumably considering all sorts of factors, cost, engineering, and so on.
Of course.
That decision, and the decision to turn on the Aylesham Centre in September of this year and say that it is such an eyesore, execrable, that it needs to be removed as a matter of urgency. That's a different proposition, isn't it?
I understand.
Yeah. And that proposition is one which you only make in the past 4 weeks.
In writing, yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Now let's turn to block A, B, C. So shall I carry on for another 10, 15 minutes? Okay, I'll do that. We might still be on A, B, C, but I will stop at 11. First of all, can I just pick up a bit of history? And if you turn up your proof, please, at paragraph 2.11.5.
Yes.
I just want to make sure that I've understood that we are consistent on this. You refer to works carried out after the Second World War by Jones and Higgins. But it's right to note, isn't it, that the Rye Lane frontage was entirely Jones and Higgins some 60 years previous to the war.
I believe that's correct, yes.
So you're talking about internal changes that were made because of the damage, as opposed to the creation of the Rye Lane Jones and Higgins frontage.
Yes, I'm not talking here about the creation of the Jones and Higgins frontage. My understanding is that the building was enlarged into the site to the back.
Thank you. That's helpful. I think I just wanted to clarify that point. And can we just then, if you just, for ease of reference, turn on to the next page 30, you've got a couple of images in 1925 and the 1950s, which show parts of that frontage. And can we just agree that the historic building line is in two parts? The ground floor is the shop frontage, and it projects beyond the main building line of the upper stories.
Yes, the upper stories are slightly set back from the ground floor.
And that reflects their history, doesn't it, as residential dwellings that were then incorporated from the terrace into a department store.
That's correct.
Thank you. Can I then turn to CD 7.1, which I think might be in two parts.
Sorry, which document?
CD 7.1, and I'm in part one of it, and it might be another one that slowed down load.
Pre-application presentations?
That's right.
Yes.
Pre-application presentations. I'm
and
just going to
it's the first part?
the first part. Thank you.
It's taking a little while.
Yeah.
Got it all downloaded on another computer, so can you just...
I suspect one of the problems is that we all simultaneously try to download a large PDF off the same Wi-Fi connection, the same website.
As I was saying at my last inquiry, this is why we need more data centres.
Let's leave that to download. If everyone's having the same problem, let's leave it to download. When we get to a break, could we download that and part two, because I need a bit of part two as well. And I'll just ask a few questions to take us up to a break that don't need that, because if we go to your proof, page 40. And we'll pick up another reference to this when the document does open. But your proof, page 40, you set out the Shepherd-Robson proposal. And I just want to pick up one point about the way in which the Rye Lane frontage is treated. It is set back by, I think, 6 metres in their proposal from the Rye Lane frontage.
Correct, yeah.
So the proposed building, you see it, I don't know how good the images are for everyone else. I've got it printed at A4, but you can see it in the top left image on page 40. You can see the setback, and they propose a green space in front of that building. And then you see it on the master plan image, which you get is a little bit difficult to read, but you can just about see the green space. Now, can we agree that the effect of that setback is that the two bookend corners, that's to say the bank wing, HSBC, and the clock tower can both still be seen in conjunction with each other as you look north along Rye Lane.
Yes, that's correct. It does a whole lot of other things as well, though, setting that back. And I think it's not in line with the character of Rye Lane at all to do that setback.
Yeah, and those criticisms may well be fair, but in the scheme, as was before the council, when, for example, it wrote the new design brief, that view, which takes in the bank end and the clock tower looking north, was preserved, wasn't it?
That's correct. The council did also, before the Shepherd-Robson scheme, consult on the AHMM Tiger scheme, and in that proposal, the building line was preserved in line with the Aylesham Centre and the ground floor of the Jones and Higgins department store, which you can see on the previous page. So,
understood.
Page 39.
So there, you can see at figure 106 the blocks. It's more.
Yes, 106, 107, and 108 all show that. So the proposals are 6 stories high with additional roofs.
I just want to capture this one point, though. I think we've got it. That when the design brief was written, the scheme that was before the council, the Shepherd-Robson scheme, allowed that view up Rye Lane to take in simultaneously both the bank wing and the clock tower.
That's correct. The Shepherd-Robson scheme did. The HMM scheme did not.
Yeah. And
yes,
it was one of the design principles of the Shepherd-Robson scheme, wasn't it? That view should be preserved. I think they talk about strengthening corners. We'll come on to it when the document loads.
My understanding is that the main reason for setting back was to work against the sort of congestion of Rye Lane. That's how Shepherd-Robson, when I spoke to them personally, because we did have a sort of conversation about their scheme when we started, they described to me that because of the narrow width of Rye Lane, it can feel quite dangerous walking along with the bicycle lane that runs along the eastern side of it, and that they therefore chose to widen the street in this area.
Okay. Has everyone got the document loaded now? I'll ask my question then about the Shepherd-Robson. If you go to page 276 of that PDF, are you still stuck? So it's 56. Should we break there?
I think we should, yes.
Thank you. I'm sorry about this. I need for your note, I need page 276 of that first document. And then more significantly, I need to ask some questions about part 2 of that core document. So please could you download CD 7.01-2 during the break. And I think, let me just double check so I can I think with those two and the viewpoint images, whichever set you have, that's all the big documents that you need to hand for the remainder of the cross-examination.
Thank you, Mr. Tierney. We'll adjourn there for 20 minutes then. Thank you. Mr. Tierney?
Thank you, sir. Short point, long wait, sorry. Page 276 of that first set of the pre-app documents, you see in the bottom right, there's a view up Rye Lane, northwards. And the commentary to that, setting buildings back from the existing building line will reveal more views to the clock tower.
Yes, correct. Looking at this sketch, it's a bit dubious, I have to say. It shows a return wall to the front. So the building line is actually drawn, not set back, but it does show the clock tower in the back. So just to say that maybe that's a very early sketch that was made. But yes, that's the commentary to the pictures.
Understood.
you wrote,
And that's, you know, a fair point to make, but it's also fair to comment that an objective of Shepherd Robson was to better reveal the clock tower in views from the south. That's why they've got it in that commentary.
That is probably correct.
Yeah. And just pausing there, that has never been an objective of yours, has it?
No, it was not one of our main objectives. That's correct. We always felt that it was more important to hold the building line on the edge of the site to retain the character of Rye Lane, which I think needs that, you know, that narrowness.
We'll come on a bit more about character, both with you and with Mr. Eldridge later. Let's just move on then to your proposals. And this is where we need the second of those huge PDFs. So this is CD 7.01-2, and it's page 440 of the PDF, or page 967 of the internal numbering. And I just want to pick this point up. At this pre-app stage, which is the first pre-app, and I think we'll see it going forward through the autumn of 2023, the design approach on Rye Lane is the retention of the arch features of the two ends of the Aylesham Centre and a new building between those two ends.
No, that's not quite correct. This does not actually retain the facades. I would also like to point out.
Sorry,
yes,
you said that this image does not retain the facades.
It does not retain full elements of the facade.
No, it retains the arch features, doesn't it?
The arch features, I understand. Yes. Can I give a bit of context to these images? So as you pointed out, this is pre-app. So we did some kind of character sketches at that point. It's very early on in the design process. The local architects were not yet involved. We hadn't developed the whole framework for this area of the site at this stage.
JB's involved.
That's correct. So, okay, I should give a bit more context around this. So, Nimtim and Jasbala Architects. Nimtim is a fourth practice that was involved overall in the process. They were both appointed through us as sub-consultants for other parts of the work, but not for the Rye Lane part. So Nimtim design, they did some research or context analysis, I should say, early on, and then went on to design building F. Jasbala, at the time Jasbala Architects, now Jasbala Works, they did some retail, a lot of retail studies and research at the beginning of the process, and went on to design building G as well. And then three practices, one of them being Jasbala Works, were appointed directly by Berkeley later on in the process. I don't know exactly which month, but it was in, I think, late autumn 23
Right.
were appointed to design buildings A, B, and C.
Okay. Pre-app 1, you're looking at facade retention, aren't you?
Yes, that was still on the table. That's correct.
And the illustration that you put on slide 1, and it's the same for the next 3 pre-apps, shows part of the facade retained.
Correct.
Thank you. And then if we just go forward, please, to page 453 of the PDF, page 980 of the internal numbering. 453 of the PDF, 980 of the internal numbering.
Yes.
And this is your analysis of, and you need the preceding page as well, actually, the brief basis, engagement with LB, and then the key brief points. Yeah.
Correct. Yeah.
You don't mention as a key brief point here 7 stories Rye Lane.
No, at this point, we had not really started looking into the detail of this part of the site. We were still looking at overall arrangements in terms of general layouts.
But at this stage, you weren't saying we need to deliver 7 stories on Rye Lane, were you?
As I said, we had not gotten to that point at this stage. Yeah.
And then if we just go forward another couple of pages to 455, this is an illustrative exercise carried out by Jazz Bala. And what we see there, don't we, and it's a bit difficult to read because it's all overlaid, but we see this idea coming forward that you retain the facade of the Aylesham Centre, bank end, then the 3 arches, and then there's a building on top of the Aylesham Centre facade shown in that grey or silver treatment.
I really, I have to say, I would not read too much detail into a collage of this type. It's a very early exercise to understand the existing character of Peckham and thoughts that we are developing. This was one of the very first images that was produced, But
the point being this, that the case that's now put to this inquiry is that the impact of the facade on Rye Lane is so execrable that it needs to be dealt with as a matter of urgency, outweighing any other harm. But at this stage, when you're starting to feel your way into the scheme, you, in the image I showed a moment ago, and Jazz Bala, in the image that we've just looked at, are looking at retaining the facade.
Yeah, I think so. This image really does not talk about retention. This image captures what is there in Peckham at the moment.
Well, it doesn't, does it? Because it shows a new Peckham Gardens going through the Rye Lane frontage.
I hadn't quite finished, sorry.
Yeah, but it doesn't show what's there at the moment.
It shows what's there at the moment, and it looks at other elements that will become part of this. For example, we are showing an image of one of our own designs in the top right corner. That's Trafalgar Place. We would never take another design and just use it for the same place. This is a very early kind of concept collage.
That's understood.
Mhm.
That's understood, and the inspector will understand that well. This is not an architectural drawing.
No.
But it shows, doesn't it, that in your initial response to the scheme, to the brief, and in Jazz Bala's work as well, the initial thought is there is something in this frontage to preserve.
With this particular image, I really disagree. When we looked at the sketch of the front page of the pre-application meeting, yes, it's correct that we did look at that.
Yeah, and
With this image, I would disagree with that conclusion.
okay. Fine. It shows, though, doesn't it, one of the key design principles that you had in mind at that point in the process?
that being the Peckham Yards area behind, I think
No,
that's
the retention of the facade.
that's the principle that this shows mainly.
The retention of the facade was a key design principle that you were presenting to the council on that date.
No, I really don't think that this image
Okay,
does show that
well,
this
let's go to-
captures what's there at the moment.
Let's go to page 463 then, 990 internal. Key design principles, if that's where you'd rather get the key design principle from. Bottom right, potential reuse of Aylesham facade.
Yes, that's correct. We
So
we
the
did look at that potential, yes.
So the images that you're presenting at this stage all include part or whole of the facade.
Yeah, we did look at potentially retaining parts of the facade.
Yeah.
That is correct. I've already said that, yeah.
Yeah, and you see again the point, don't you, that if you now come to the inquiry and say it's execrable, that's quite difficult to resolve with the idea that you're presenting newly instructed, coming to the council and saying, here's my vision for how this opportunity site should come forward, and you say, I'll retain that.
I think there's a couple of points here. One is throughout any design process, there needs to be a lot of kind of pushing and pulling what, where the design leads you to, and also understanding the place better. And I don't want to say that the first moment that we did the first design proposals, we had already fully grasped the place. That's one point. The other is that we are not proposing to retain the entire facade. Even if there are elements that we looked at retaining, doesn't mean that I believe that the overall experience of the facade of the Aylesham Centre as it stands on Rye Lane is not harmful.
Right. Okay. Understood. So your design principle of retention of part of the facade is later dropped, isn't it?
Yes, it was a potential reuse and we dropped it. That's correct.
Yes. And can you remember when that idea was dropped?
No. I would have to go through the documentation.
Okay. Let's see if we can hone in on this. If we go to page 495 of that bundle 1022 internal numbering.
It would probably be when the local arts started work on this,
Okay.
which is when we fully
So
delved into this area.
yeah, so pre-app 2. Well, this is the slight awkwardness, isn't it, Ms. Sticknoff? Because if you had not engaged in any detail with this part of the scheme, why was it the front cover of every pre-app consultation?
I can't answer that question. Sorry.
No, but that's clearly an area which you had gone to the effort of drawing up, hadn't you?
Yes, it was one of the I think 3 or 4 images of kind of external views that we had drawn up at the very beginning, and we just reused for the front page of the pre-application.
Well,
that's correct.
So be it. But on the 29th of September, we're still seeing the same image. And let's just dwell on that for a moment. That is showing 2 or 1 residential story above shop front, and then a setback higher portion. Is that right? In that image?
Sorry, I...
So page
yes,
495.
Yes, that is correct. Yeah.
So I think I've got. I think in the near ground you've got ground floor shop and Aylesham Gardens and 3 residential stories, and then further on the string you've got a 1 residential story and then a setback hooped dwellings setback. Is that right?
That's correct. The context or the content of this pre-application meeting, if you go to the next page, was about site analysis, demolition, master plan layout principles, and the ground floor. It was not about massing and it was not about the appearance of the Rye Lane blocks.
Okay. And if we go forward then to page 507, 1034 of the internal numbering.
Yep.
Proportion. You see the heading?
Yes.
So the assessment that you're making there is 3 to 4 story buildings with single story retail.
That's correct.
And at this point, the idea of 7 stories on Rye Lane hasn't emerged from your work, has it?
At this point, we are not looking at the massing of this element. We're looking at
what's there
at the moment, and that is as per the findings in the conservation area assessment.
Right, 3 to 4 stories on Rye Lane, and you have not yet identified a case for going to 7 stories, have you, at this stage?
I'm just going to see where we introduced them.
Yeah, if you go to 589 of the PDF, you will see the introduction of a 7 story element. And that's at pre-app 3.
Yes. So this would have been when we first discussed heights and massing with the local authority.
Right. Now, I think from your questions, I can anticipate the answer, but again, the front cover of pre-app 3 is the same image. You see it at page 560 of the bundle. Did you ever work out the residential quantum of that proposal?
No.
And just to be absolutely clear, because this might be important when we come to submissions, is that image a DRMM image? Page 560, it's the same one we've looked at 3 times.
Yes, it is.
And were you responsible for that?
I'm always responsible. Of course, as the director of the scheme, I'm responsible, yes.
And so you had considered how that would fit with the overall scheme before you presented it to the council?
It was a mere early sketch, so it wasn't considered in the sense of what massing was in there, how many units would fit in there. I really would not put too much emphasis on this sketch.
The mass of the building that you then identify in that document, page 587 and 588, 589, that's the first time you identify that massing, isn't it?
That's correct. That's the first time we identify massing generally, not just for the Rye Lane blocks, but overall, that is the first time that we discussed heights and massing.
Thank you. Now, keep that document available to you, and now go to CD 7.2, which is the bundle of meeting minutes that you referred to in your evidence in chief.
Yes.
And if you would kindly turn up page 66 of that document.
Yes.
These are the minutes of the pre-app 3 meeting. That's right. 1st November date, and you see the attendees, which included, included you. Sorry, I lost your name for a moment there. Included you, also included Mr. Eldridge. I think for the first time he attended. And can we just go forward then to page 68?
Yes.
4.9.
Yes.
CJ, so that's the head of planning, I think, noted the buildings fronting Rye Lane need to be integrated well, suggesting 7 stories is potentially too tall. A shoulder height of 5 with 2 stories setback was suggested as a possible alternative.
Yes, exactly. So the first time we showed the massing, we did not integrate a setback on the upper two floors on the image that you highlighted in
Yeah.
the presentation that is visible. So what was suggested here by Catherine was to have a 5-story shoulder height and set the upper two floors back.
So you know at this point there's a concern about the height, 7-story height?
There's a concern about the 7-story height, and it is suggested with the 7 stories to set the 2 stories back. So that still suggests that 7 stories could be acceptable if the top 2 stories are set back.
And did you share those concerns with the height of that building?
I think that the setback of the upper 2 floors is definitely a good move.
And at 4.10, the question of retaining Rye Lane is still up for grabs, isn't it? Here,
We were still, as written here, we were still reviewing the. This doesn't just talk about the facade. This talks about the overall building, demolition of the Rye Lane building. So we looked at it from a carbon retention perspective, embodied carbon perspective, whether there are any elements which could be retained or reused in either integrated into a new building or elements taken to rebuild something else.
but is it right to note that at this point, as you were still considering it, you hadn't yet decided that you were not going to retain the facade?
No, I think at this point we had probably decided to not retain the facade, I
Right.
believe.
Thank you. If we go back to CD 7.1, part 2, would you just go forward to page 670? This is January 2024, and this is again the image that you're presenting to the council for Rye Lane.
Yes, so that just shows, in my view, that yes, we haven't changed the front page of the pre-application meetings. Not suggesting that is a good thing, but all the information within the actual presentations contradicts this front page.
Thank you. I think that's fair, because what you then show on the next page is 7 stories on Rye Lane, stepping down to 4 or 5. But just zoom in onto that massing drawing. The next page is page 671. 1198. You still got the facade, haven't you? On that image. You still got the Aylesham facade.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah.
There's some arches showing. They're not exactly as per the existing.
Right. So that's showing the introduction of arches to replicate the existing, rather than.
I have to admit, I can't say. I don't know. It could. I really don't know. It could be a mistake in a CAD mistake in having an overlay. It could. I really don't remember.
Okay. In any event, you then move away from that massing to the massing which you set out at page 1199672 of the PDF, and go on from there. Just hold open that page again, return to CD 7.2, the minutes, and go to page 86.
Yes.
This is the discussion that this got the other architects in. It's worth scrolling back up actually to page 84. This is the minutes of a meeting. There's the Rye Lane workshop. You've got the 3 other practices in the room. And I just want to pick up on page 86, the comments from the council's design and conservation officer. 2.16. Set the shoulder lower, ground plus 3 stories, then set back above this.
Yes, that's correct. There have been different viewpoints throughout the design process. So the minutes that you pointed out before suggested 5 stories and 2 floors setback. At this point, Michael suggested 3 stories, ground plus 3, so 4 stories, and then a setback above that. We looked at the different options and we felt that the shoulder height at 5 stories, as we are presenting it in the final designs, was appropriate.
Thank you. So let's go on then. We've got to through the key steps in the pre-app. Let's go on then to the building. First of all, the building line. You referred in evidence in chief, block ABC is on the ground floor building line of the old Jones and Higgins building.
Yes, I believe that's correct. Yes.
You didn't fill in the gap at the end of that sentence, which is the upper stories project beyond the upper stories of the original Jones and Higgins building, don't they?
To the northern, say 2/3 of the building, that is correct. Yes. On the southern end, so in building C, the facade line, as I've described earlier, does step back, and where the passageway into Aylesham Garden is, it sets back even further.
I'll come on to those 2 shoulder locations. I'm just dealing with the building line now. So on the building line, you haven't gone for the historic building line, but rather the building line of the current Aylesham Centre. Well,
the building line, we have decided to extend the building line up along the I call it the building line, the ground floor building line. So along the site boundary, which is as it's set out in the conservation area appraisal, but we have decided on the northern part of buildings A, B, C, so on buildings A and B, to not set back level 1 and level 1 to 4.
And as a result, they are not on the historic building line.
Of the upper floors, yes.
Well, yeah, they are the upper floors.
Correct.
They're not on the historic building line of the upper floors.
Of the upper floors, the historic upper floors, that's correct, yes.
Thank you. And why was that excluded?
I just think that retaining the narrower width of the road works well. In the conservation area, you find both conditions. There are a lot of buildings that extrude up on the building line, not only so they don't have a protruding ground floor. Admittedly, the Jones and Higgins department store did have, and so does an element of the western elevation of Rye Lane, but there's also a section towards the north opposite building A, which is built completely on the building line, and a lot of buildings on south of Hanover Park are as well. So I think it's a design element or a strategy that is found in a lot of parts of the conservation area. It's not alien to it. And I think it helps in kind of framing the street.
It would have been very easy, wouldn't it, in this location to have worked to the historic building line and therefore one of the objectives of the conservation area appraisal?
It would have been possible.
And did you produce any drawings to explore that?
We did. You just asked us to leave one open on the other file. The sketch that is showing on page 672 of the pre-application meetings. At that point, we did have a recessed area on the upper floors.
But not across the whole building line.
There are various planes. So if you look at page 672 on the right-hand side, you will see that the facade kind of steps in and out in different places.
Yeah. Scale. I'm going to come on to horizontal scale and the width of your bays. But in terms of height, a height that is far greater than what is currently seen on Rye Lane. Agreed?
I think when you walk down Rye Lane, the height that will be mostly perceived from buildings A, B, C will be the 5 stories because of the setback of the upper floors. Now that is higher than the buildings opposite. So it's higher than the more 3 to 4 stories or 3 stories plus roofs on the western side of Rye Lane, but it ties in with the bookend buildings, and it also ties in with the building on just south of Hanover Park on the other side of the road, on the western side.
Is it possible to get the fly through back up? Thank you. Thanks, Matt. Let's just look at that very briefly, if you don't mind, sir. And if you just go to 19 seconds into that, which is where I've frozen it on my computer. You just skip to 19 and pause it. Okay, hold it there. Thank you. Right, back a tiny bit. That's fine. That's fine. Leave it there. Leave it there. Can you just there? Let's just help the inspector with height here. Block ABC, bottom left of the image. It is considerably out of proportion with the height of the remaining elements of the Rye Lane conservation area, isn't it?
May I get up and point to the screen for a
Please
moment?
do. Yeah. If it inspector's happy to. But
And I think I less read when walking down and experiencing the building when walking down Rye Lane.
But the 5-story height for the majority of that facade, that's all seen, isn't it, and experienced?
Yes.
And a 5-story facade of that length just doesn't feature in the conservation area.
No, of that length, no, it doesn't. No. But I don't. To me, it does not feel out of place. I think this.
Well, why not? What makes it feel in place? Where's it grounded?
I think that this side, the eastern side of the conservation of this stretch of Rye Lane, can take more height because of its bookend buildings, which are of a similar height, and also in the context of the future development that will sit behind it, and that will and building ABC will kind of link the conservation area to that future proposal, which is in line with the site allocation.
Can we just leave that up because we'll come back to it in a moment. So just leave it there, Matt, for the moment. If you can you go to viewpoint 9 wherever you best have it. So obviously the view that we see on the screen is necessarily the view of someone who's in a a helicopter or
Yes.
driving a drone. But the view, the verified view of view 9 is what can actually be perceived on the street, or the best representation that can be managed. Now, just help me, please. In the existing state, one looks up Rye Lane and sees a sequence: Baptist Chapel, Bank End, Clock Tower, and indeed the arch behind at the moment.
Correct.
In the proposed condition, the Clock Tower building is lost in this view, isn't it?
That's correct.
Now, where in the design and access statement, or in any of the documents that you've prepared, do you grapple with that choice?
The view of the clock tower building from the side was not in our discussions with the planning department, was not seen as one of the key views of this clock tower. So in terms of viewpoints that we discussed at length in pretty much every pre-application meeting and walks through the site that we had, they always concentrated on views from the west down Peckham High Street, and not on this view. The design brief does not ask for the building to be set back. It talks about the front of the clock tower to be seen, but not from this part. So it's not something we analyzed in that much detail.
There's a sense in your answer of nobody told me to. Yeah. Now, as the architect of the scheme, you've got to justify your choices, haven't you?
Of course, yeah.
Were you aware of this view?
Yes, of course.
And presumably Mr. Eldridge told you it's identified as a key vista in the conservation area appraisal.
Of course we did.
And he would have told you that by November 2023, before you've designed this building.
It is identified as a key vista, but it is not identified as a key view of the clock tower.
Well, it's a key vista of the conservation area. Now,
That's
what
correct.
did you
it
do?
It talked about it being not a broad vista, but can't remember the exact wording, I can look it up. But it talks about basically the enclosure of the road, the more enclosed feel. It's not the right words.
You're right. You're
happy
right.
to look them up.
No, you're broadly right. I'll go there with Mr. Eldridge rather than bringing the conservation area appraisal in now as well. But you're broadly right, so I'm not questioning what you're saying. But the view up the street at the moment includes those key markers of not just the conservation area generally, but also of the way the Rye Lane commercial frontage is read, doesn't it?
So the Rye Lane,
it includes those key markers of the Rye Lane commercial frontage.
yes, and indeed it also includes the building that sits in between the chapel and the bank building. So there are, which is also locally listed, there are many elements along this street that. But yes, it's correct. You can see the three elements. That is correct.
Indeed, it would be better if that connection between the two ends of the Jones and Higgins building, the bank end and the clock tower, was preserved, wouldn't it?
It would not be a bad thing, but I don't think it's the most important thing, and it needs to be weighed up against, allocate the allocation.
This is important. It would not be a bad thing, but it needs to be weighed up against the allocation. Okay, let's start with that and take it one step further. It would not be a bad thing because there is something here that is worthy of preservation.
I mean, it is, you can see the side of the clock tower here in this view. I appreciate that. The clock tower building is one of the important elements of this conservation area. However, I don't think that the side elevation of it is the most important feature to preserve.
Right. Let's go back to the question. That's your but, but let's answer the question. It would not be a bad thing to preserve this view of the clock tower because it is something that is worth being preserved.
I did not say that. I said it's
that's the question. That's the question. I'm asking you to agree with the proposition.
I see what you mean. It is. I still stand to my what I said. It wouldn't be a bad thing. However, I don't think it's a key. It's a key element.
But it's worthy of preservation.
Not necessarily that important in my view to preserve.
Not necessarily that important. Okay. Now, views of the clock tower going north on Rye Lane. Just to help the inspector, I did this exercise on Monday, and I was trying to use the hoarding on the clock tower building as it currently is.
Yeah.
So we're going to. So when you go on your site visit, you will see that the clock tower building that's the focus of this is in fact just a big advert. It's a rather nice advert. So
The whole facade is
the whole facade is hoarded, which is slightly unfortunate. But the hoarding, I use the hoarding as a kind of reference point. Now, at the moment, if you walk from Viewpoint 9 location outside the Baptist Chapel and you walk northwards on the west side of Rye Lane,
Yep.
along that shopping frontage,
Yeah.
the clock tower stays in your view except where a tree gets in the way, I believe. Is that right?
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
When the scheme is in place, the clock tower will not be visible until where?
I think it's just north of the central part of the building.
Just north of the centre of the building.
So just north of the existing Aylesham Centre arcade.
Right. We don't have any images of that location, do we?
We don't know.
That's your judgment, is it? Holding a plan.
No, we have tested that.
You've tested it?
We've tested that, but not in verified views.
Ah. Why were you testing that?
I mean, we tested walking along the whole street, what you see. That's what we do. We do it in our own models. We do that all the way around the building, walking through the site. It's one of the things that we do.
But why were you testing the view of the clock tower?
We test the view of we test all the views. I mean, why wouldn't we? That's part of our design process.
Fine, but you've obviously tested it to look at when you can see the clock tower.
Yeah, we wanted to test what the passageway, how the passageway into the next to between A and the Jones and Higgins clock tower works. You know, we model things and walk through and test.
Of course you do.
That's our process.
Of course you do. But the fact that you have done that process suggests that you thought there was some importance to the view of the clock tower, doesn't it?
As are other aspects that I just described. Yes.
But yes,
it's not not the most important thing. But yes, we looked at it.
Yeah, but because you thought it was important.
In the context, as I just said, you know, we test all sorts of things. This is one of the things we tested. Yes.
Because you thought it was important.
Yes, it is important, as are other aspects. Yeah.
I know there's other
I mean, it's not the only thing that was important, but yes, it is important. Of course,
I know. If
it is important.
If it was, it'd be a very straightforward inquiry. We'd just be looking at the clock tower, and we're not. You tested it because it was important. Have you presented that information to the inquiry or indeed to the local authority?
No, we didn't.
But your evidence is that it would show that if you were walking on the west side of the street, I'll put it my way, you can put it your way round. My way is walking northwards from the Baptist Chapel on the west side of the street.
Yeah.
You would not be able to see the clock tower until you pass the current centre, the current entrance to the shopping centre.
Yes, I believe that's correct.
And after that, it would emerge behind your building.
Yes, it would above the building. Yeah.
Okay.
Because of its orientation, because it's kind of turning and turning around the corner.
It does indeed. Okay, well that's let's leave that there. And the inspector, we don't have that evidence, but the inspector can go with Viewpoint 9 and walk up the road with his eye on the oh sorry, have I missed it? Have I missed it? Oh, I thought you said we did. Sorry. But the inspector can walk up with the plans and see that for himself. So thank you. That's first point on that view. And then your response to the criticism about the impacts in this view, which obviously is a criticism in the officer's report and the reasons for refusal, one of the aspects is viewpoint 9, looking up the street, you lose that connection. Yeah. And one of your response to that is that you say you could not achieve the site allocation's objectives with a 3 to 4 story building on the Rye Lane frontage. That's one of the points you made, paragraph 5.1.10. I just want to understand that, please.
Sorry, 5.1.
5.1.10 of your proof. Sorry.
Sorry.
We can turn it up. It's probably fair that we do so to make sure I haven't misquoted it. It looks like I have, actually. I've definitely got the wrong reference. Sorry, I've lost my reference. I will find it for the inspector's note, but can I just... Oh yeah, here we go. It is 5.1.10. There we go, page 114. You say this: the site allocation is inconsistent with the conservation area appraisal, as the overall residential quantum of circa 850 units would not be achievable with a 3 to 4 story building on Rye Lane.
Yes, I think that is correct.
Okay, now you'll have these figures off the top of your head. I added up the floors, the units per floor, and I think you've currently got up to 7 floors, and the residential units on floors 4, 5, and 6 are 12, 8, and 6 units. Is that right?
That sounds right, yeah.
Which together is 26 units.
Mhm.
And if you add floor 3 as well, i.e. losing 4 stories of residential, it would be another 14 units, which would be a loss of 40 units. Your
Yep.
proposal is, I think, for 867 units.
That's correct.
So 867 less 26 would be 841 units.
That is correct.
And 867 less 40 units would be 827 units.
Yeah.
Yeah. The site allocation includes the bus station, doesn't it?
It does.
And is it your position that you could not achieve those further 9 or 23 units to get up to 850 on the bus station?
The bus station was not part of the site that we were looking at.
No, that's right. But your evidence here is that the site allocation for circa 850 across your application site and the bus station could not be achieved with 3 to 4 stories on Rye Lane. Now, I'm being as crude as you can be, but if you lopped off the top 3 or 4 stories of your proposal, your shortfall against 850 would be between 9 and 23 units. Those would be readily achievable on the area left over in the bus station.
Yeah, so I mean, the bus station, we've already heard before, we understand that TfL are not planning to take that forward. So in terms of, or at least not in the foreseeable future, in terms of achieving the circa 850 homes within the site allocation area, this is understood currently to be within the red line that we were working in, which excluded the bus station.
Well, hang on. That may be right. That may be right. So your proof, though, says the conservation area appraisal dates from 2011 and is followed by various newer policy, including the site allocation and policy D3. The site allocation is inconsistent with the RLPCA, as the overall residential quantum of circa 850 units would not be achievable with a 3 to 4 story building on Rye Lane. That's wrong, isn't it? Because you could achieve that by building between 9 and 23 units on the bus station and keeping everything else in your scheme the same.
Yes, in theory, if you could build that on the bus station, then yes. However, that's not what TfL are looking at. They're not looking at delivering that.
But
And therefore, we are looking at the site without the bus station.
you're
and
not,
still,
are you? Because the point you're making there
Yes, I
is
am.
that the point that you're making there is simply that site allocation policy NSP 74 circa 850 across your site and the bus station could not be achieved with 3 to 4 stories on Rye Lane. And the proposition that I'm simply putting to you is yes, it could.
Yes, the site allocation, it also asks for the capacity of the bus station to be retained. So there would be a whole other exercise of looking at that and having residential use on that as well. So I think it's
This paragraph's wrong though, isn't it? Because you could deliver 850 across the whole allocation whilst building at 3 to 4 stories on Rye Lane.
I don't know whether it would be possible to retain the bus station capacity and achieve, what did you count, 40 units
Between
site.
9 and 23 units. 9 and 23 units on the bus.
Also, it says circa 850. So yeah.
This isn't my point. This is
No,
your
I understand.
point.
Yeah, I don't
And
think
you're
it's wrong.
saying that there's an inconsistency
Yeah,
between allocating the site for 850 and building at 3 to 4 stories on Rye Lane.
Yes,
There isn't, is there?
I think it would be very difficult to achieve a 3-story building on Rye Lane and still achieve 850 units on or more.
Okay. So can the inspector take that as a correction to your proof? That you say it would be difficult,
Oh, I see.
not inconsistent with, but it would be difficult to deliver circa 850 units with a 3 to 4 story building on Rye Lane because can we add because you would need to find between 9 and 23 units on the bus station.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Can I then deal with the shoulders, please? So I'm dealing here with the interaction between building ABC and the clock tower at one end and the clock tower building at one end and the bank end at the other. First of all, can you agree that at present the building on Rye Lane, comprising the existing Aylesham Centre, sits level with, in height terms, the lowest part of the clock tower building?
Yes.
And that is, we can record and agree, 3 stories.
It's 3 stories, which is, I would say, nearly 4 stories if it were residential floors. If you looked at figure 273 on in my proof, you can see the new elevation adjacent to it, so it's nearly 4 stories of with residential story heights.
Yeah, that's right. But what you're proposing is a step up from that building height to 5 stories.
That's correct. We're relating to the upper shoulder height of the Johnson Higgins building.
So there you are moving out of scale with, first of all, what's there at the moment, but secondly, with the lowest part of the Jones and Higgins building.
It is taller than the lower part of the Johnson Higgins building and taller than the existing Aylesham Centre facade.
And the decision here in the interface between these two parts, and it might be helpful to have open page 114 of your proof, which we run anyway, where you get the two elevations. I think with the you will agree, won't you, with the huge health warning that it is impossible to ever see those elevations in that way, the flattened elevations.
It is impossible, yes.
Yeah, that's not something the human eye can perceive.
No, of course not.
No. Maybe a iguana or something, but who knows? But let's just, they're very helpful images. to see those relationships. But looking at 272 and 273, you have also split the facade of Rye Lane from that shoulder, haven't you?
That's correct. That's where we introduced the new passageway.
Yeah. Now let's assume you didn't introduce the passageway. If you had been continuing the facade in the way that you had envisaged until the earlier changes, you would have had to have followed the height of the lower part of the Jones and Higgins building, wouldn't you?
You mean if we hadn't introduced a gap?
If there was no gap.
If there was no gap, I think we would probably have dropped the on the northernmost section, dropped the top floor as we did on the south end of Building C.
Yeah. So the idea that when you were talking about the shoulder, you meant the higher part, a story up, is not correct, is it? Because if you were building as you had proposed until you introduced the gap, you would have had to work off the true shoulder of the James and Higgins buildings at 3 stories.
I mean, I wouldn't say one is the true shoulder and the other one isn't.
Well,
the upper is
the one
the
that
upper
everyone's
shoulder
obviously
height.
referring to.
We've always talked in all meetings with the council. We always refer to the shoulder height as the tower and the shoulder. So that's the shoulder height that I refer to.
But if you were dropping to the shoulder height,
To the lower shoulder?
well, if you in your original proposal, you were going to retain the facade. Well, you were going to first of all retain the facade, but then you were going to complete the facade, not have a gap between your building and the Jones and Higgins building.
I really would not call that our initial proposal. That was, we looked at retaining parts of the facade.
Well,
It
put
wasn't
together-
an initial proposal.
Yeah.
So
Put the facade to
what
one-
are we looking at exactly? Which
Then
scheme are we looking at or
Then-
discussing?
then you were proposing to have a continuous facade, weren't you? New building, but without a gap.
That's correct. We first did not have a gap between the Jones and Higgins and Building A. We had a passageway that was originally located a little bit further to the south and then moved.
And at that point, the physical relationship was that you were going to be building at the height of the lower part.
That is correct. We were at 4 stories, yes.
Four
Sorry,
stories.
I didn't quite, couldn't quite follow before.
No, that's fine. That's my
Apologies.
fault. Thank you. Thank you. So by introducing that gap, you have also stepped upwards from that shoulder of the Jones and Higgins building, haven't you?
That's correct. What we did was we introduced a gap. It's about 5 meters wide. We also chamfered the corner and we went up to 5 stories. So if you wouldn't mind looking at figure 287 in my proof, it's on page 118, which shows a sketch of the relationship really between the Jones and Higgins building and the proposed Building A. You can see how the both the setback or the passageway that we've created, as well as the introduction of the chamfer and plan, kind of relate the heights of the 2 buildings together. So I think that the 5-story shoulder height in our building relates well to the upper story, the upper shoulder of the existing Jones and Higgins building.
The better response, putting aside whether you introduced a gap or not, the better response would be to build at the height of the lowest part of the Jones and Higgins building, wouldn't it?
I don't think so. I think looking at this view in particular, you can see that it works very well the way it is designed.
Okay, I'll come on to that with Mr. Eldridge. Thank you. In terms of introducing the gap, there has never in its history been a gap on to expose that flank wall of the clock tower building, has there?
That's correct.
Thank you. Let's turn to the bank wing. I think if we go to your appendices is probably the best place to get it, which is CD 8 8.08-10, part 3 of your appendices.
Yep.
And this is, if we go forward, please, to page 15, we get your response to the reasons for refusal, dealing with this particular building C.
This is, just to clarify, this is Jas Baller Works appendix.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, you're right. This is their text. I'll do it with the images rather than the text anyway. Can we just go to page 20, please, of that PDF, which is page 18 of the internal numbering? So we have the existing relationship, and this is where the inspector can see, can't he, the error of the building line in the upper stories of the existing Aylesham Centre, because you've got this exposed flank wall, haven't you? It's highlighted red on the left-hand side photo.
Yes, I think it's correct. There is a flank wall that shows, because the building line is taken all the way across.
Yeah.
The whole length of the facade of the existing Aylesham Centre.
And this
so it doesn't mediate with the existing buildings.
This is where it's exposed, because you see at the ground floor level it meets, but at the first floor, second floor, and roof level it doesn't meet with the Aylesham Centre.
Correct.
Yeah. Now, the response we can see on the right, but it's to do two things, isn't it? One of them is to set back to the original building line of the upper stories, but only at...
We have introduced a double-story retail plinth in this area. There are other examples of this in Peckham or Long Rye Lane, where there's more than the ground floor retails came out of the retail analysis that JBW did.
But
and we've introduced that in this section, and in elevation it lines up with the first floor of the bank wing.
It doesn't line up with the first floor of the bank wing, does it?
In elevation, I said.
In elevation?
Yes.
Okay. In terms of the building line, when you look at the building line, it does not align with the first floor of the bank wing, does it? It steps forward from it.
The first floor steps forward, that's correct, yeah.
Yeah. So you've got the ground floor on the correct building line, I'll call it that, on the building line of the bank wing. You've got floors 2 and 3 on the building line of the bank wing, but you haven't got floor 1 on the building line of the bank wing.
Yes, we're expressing the 2-story retail unit.
And when we look up, I won't return to the images, but when we look up the road with the bank wing on our right, looking northwards, we still see a flank wall, don't we, of the full height, 5 stories, but it's the flank wall to the north of the new passageway.
That's correct. That's the entrance into the passageway. There's a step in the building line at that point. In fact, we are stepping the where the passageway occurs, the entire facade is set back, both on the ground floor doesn't really exist, does it? Because it's the passageway, but all the way up above the passageway is set back further even than the upper floors of the southernmost bit of building C.
The effect of both these things, the projections forward to the ground floor building line, first floor immediately adjacent to the bank building, and floors 1 to 5 immediately to the north of the passageway. The effect of that is that your proposal doesn't in any way give a better view or better reveal the bank wing.
Oh, I would not agree with that. The return that you call flank wall, so where the building steps in plan adjacent to the adjacent to the passageway that we have newly introduced, is set away from the bank wing by 2 full bays, which must be about nearly 20 meters away from the southernmost boundary of the site, so from the number 43. The direct relationship between our proposal and 43 Rye Lane is, in my view, much enhanced.
Can I then just briefly touch on the bays? If we go back to your figure 273, page 114, can I just touch on...
Sorry, where are you? Sorry.
Your proof, figure 273, page 114.
Yes, thank you.
Sorry. And can you just also go to that back into the DAS for the last time, page, actually not for the last time, it's got one more question about it, penultimate time, page 135.
Yes.
Now the approach in the DAS, you have identified there a series of 2 or double bays, can I call them, in the Aylesham Centre existing elevation. So you see, you get at starting from the clock tower, you get 2 hoops, and then a gap, and then another 2 hoops and a gap, and another 2 hoops and the gap, and so on. And that's the interpretation of the rhythm of that building. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So an identification of that feature, 2 bays, 2 bays, 2 bays.
Yes, there are 2 arches, like roof arches.
Yeah.
Another two. That's correct.
And then looking to the other side of the road, you get it on in your proof at 271. You can see that in the main, there are pairs of windows.
To be honest, I can't really see that. I think there's a real variety in fenestration. There are some buildings which have pairs. There are other buildings which have 3 windows next to each other. There's the one that's marked in yellow, which has 4. I don't think there's consistency in pairs of windows.
Okay. And then if you look to your proposals, it's read as, I think deliberately, isn't it? Is it 2, 3, 2, 2, 2, 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 1, 2, 3, 2 maybe again? What are you looking at here? It's chaotic, isn't it, in terms of the fenestration?
There are so the way it's set out is there are 15 bays overall,
Yeah.
and they reflect what's happening within the building. So there's different layouts within there, so a mix of unit sizes, and the width of the bays varies, as does the width of the buildings on the other side of the road. I don't think there's a really strict consistency. In fact, what's explained or described in the conservation area assessment is that there is a lot of variety, and equally on our proposals, there's variety between the different buildings A, B, and C. So what each architect decided to express or respond to, and therefore there isn't, and I don't think there has to be a very strict kind of continuity of the same rhythm across the length of the building. In fact, I think that's a good thing.
What's the pattern? Is there there's no pattern? It is chaotic.
I don't think it's chaotic. So if
What's
you
the pattern? Just count,
if you
count
zoom-
it. Have I got the counting wrong? Describe the pattern.
Okay, so starting from the left-hand side, the very first bay is the one that's chamfered. So that's got 2 windows, 2 verticals. The next bay is 3, then it's 2, 2, 2, 2, 1, 2, 2, 2, 1, 2, 1, 1, 3, 3, and then 4.
I think I was not far off, but what's the pattern there? It's chaotic, isn't it?
I don't think it is chaotic. So
Well,
if you look at the central
sequence is
part,
chaotic, isn't it? The number sequence is chaotic. There's no pattern to it.
yeah, it's not regular, and
Yeah.
I don't think it should be regular.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there is chaotic is a word that you probably don't like to describe your building.
Well, chaotic
But-
is not a positive word, so of course I
It's
don't
just
think
describing
chaotic
something
is.
that doesn't have a pattern to it. But let's just.
It's in my view. Sorry to interrupt. In my view, it's got a very clear vertical rhythm, but the different bays are not all of the same width. There is, if you look, for example, at building B, which is the central part, there are 7 bays. In itself, this part is very regular. It's in fact it's symmetrical, mirrored from the center point, and then otherwise the bays respond to the internal layouts. And on the most southern part, on building C, they respond to the adjacent fenestration of 43.
Thank you. Can I just move quickly away? A few more points on other parts of the development. First of all, Peckham Yards. Just to be clear, in the Peckham Yards area, there is no control for the applicant over the existing wall line, is there, for that yard area?
Over the wall line.
So if the wall represents the end of the red line, doesn't it?
That's
existing
correct. The
wall
wall is the boundary line.
Yeah.
So the proposals in the application, they include greening of that wall, but they do not include any development of the parts behind that wall.
Because there's no control over it.
No, there isn't.
Thank you. Block L. Can we just record on Block L, first of all, that there has been advice to reduce the height of that building?
That's correct. Officers asked us to look at reducing the height.
Thank you. Can we also agree that when you're proposing a tall building adjacent to an open space, such as the bus garage, you need to take particular care about the transition between the open undeveloped space and the tall building?
That's correct. And I think it needs to be looked at within the cluster of buildings that is proposed.
Well, but it's the first of the buildings, isn't it?
It's part of a larger cluster, which is the phase 1 of the development. So everything to the east of the north-south link. We go back to this view. So L, M, N, P, and Q.
Yeah.
And I would include building K into that as well.
But when viewed across the bus garage, you see Block L, don't you? And that is the place where you need to deliver a transition between the open area of the bus garage and the built form of your development.
Yes, there needs to be a transition of the existing townscape and the buildings.
And the transition that you propose is 2 stories of bike storage on a single plane of wall that goes up to, I think, then 7 stories, doesn't it?
There is a plinth that includes the bicycle hub with the arches, expressed with the arches. That's correct. and then the part above is set back, has the gallery access in line with the arches on the plinth.
But somebody looking across the open bus station will see at ground level a 2-storey bike storage facility.
It's a bicycle hub, and there is the residential entrance on the corner, which is a double height space as well. It's to the corner of the north-south link, so opposite building K, and there is a small retail unit behind the bus stop. And sorry, I forgot, there's also some plant.
In terms of achieving a transition, there's not much happening there, is there?
The boundary, the site boundary that we're dealing with here is very different from the other site boundaries around the site. So the boundary is not on Peckham High Street. It's set back by 57. We measured 57 to 63 meters. So
there's no boundary on Peckham High Street, is there?
Our site boundary does not sit on Peckham High Street.
You said it was different because it was set back from Peckham High Street.
From the High Street.
Yeah. You don't have a boundary to Peckham High Street, do you?
No, that's correct. Sorry. Okay, I'll phrase it differently. The overall, the site boundaries that we're dealing with, they vary a lot. So to the west, we are on Rye Lane. To the south, we are on Hanover Park. To the east, we are on McCarroll Road. So they're all those are all conditions where we need to address the road directly. This condition to the north, on the western part, we sit behind the Peckham High Street, the High Street properties, and on the eastern side we sit behind the bus station, and that's set back from the High Street by around 60 meters. That's what I wanted to explain.
But there's no transition from that open space to your built form. You go straight up into your built form.
From the edge of the built space, that's correct. But in my view, there is a transition between the higher buildings within the cluster down to the existing buildings, which sit around the sort of entrance point of that bus station. So just opposite, maybe I can point it out on the screen. Height of the bus station is at 6 stories, and I think overall they form the transition from 5 to 10 and then up to the 20-story building M.
But the specific policy requirement for tall buildings is to deal with that transition, particularly where it is an open, undeveloped space directly in front of it. And there is no attempt to do that here, is there?
Well, I think that the way that the facade is articulated with the 3 different tiers. So we've got the plinth, which relates directly to the scale of the bus station, the scale of the buses, the pedestrian scale. That forms the kind of the basis, and then above that we've got 2 different conditions again: the horizontal condition on the middle section, and then the top bit, which is different again, which doesn't have the gallery access on the northern facade. It flips to the other side. All that together, I think, does form the transition.
Thank you. That's all. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Turney. Mr. Mohammed, I think you've got some cross-examination as well.
Light of what my learned friend had said, and I might be longer than I needed to be, but I'm just thinking if I could be shorter, well, certainly 30 minutes. I'm hoping to stay within that time. I just need to review a lot of the questions that I had asked, and it might be appropriate, given we started at 9:30, to just take lunch now.
Yeah, I appreciate that. So yeah, we'll have a lunch period for 1 hour.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you very
thank you.
much, sir.
Mr. Mohammed, I think you have some cross-examination.
Thank you very much, sir. Good afternoon. Now, I've got the Steht bit right, but I don't know if I can finish the sentence. So forgive me if I've mispronounced your name. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it can be quite something, having this much scrutiny on something that you've worked on for so long. So thank you for bearing with us. Can I just begin? I've got about 4 headings. First is to talk to you about I'm not going to cover what my learned friend has been covering, so I'm going to try and be efficient. The first is about the design brief and how you became involved. Second is in relation to the local involvement of the architects that are local in relation to A, B, and C. Then I'm going to touch upon what the policy and the conservation area appraisal says. Then I'm going to deal very briefly on volume and particularly the Bussey building. And then I'm going to hopefully finish with a few viewpoints, and then finally, what's the mitigation that's being offered in terms of the overall development. So, first, the design brief. I don't know where you might find it, but I have found it in Mr. Alston's proof of evidence at 807-1. There you go. Wherever you can find it.
Yes.
And my references from Mr. Alston's have a page that says core objectives with the Berkeley designed for life branding.
Sorry, I will just open
No worries.
the other
No
one.
worries.
Would you know whether it's part 1 or part 2?
Part one.
And which page, sorry?
We'll start with page 277. No worries, take your time.
Just need to tell you.
It's always the way.
Okay, got it.
Now, annoyingly, it's sort of in a wrong. If you've got it the same way as I had it, I had to switch. I had to sort of flip the pages.
I flipped it, yes.
Perfect. Okay, so you can see maybe a 276. 276 has the title that says site allocation. Have you got that?
Yes.
I beg your pardon. Let's start at 271 so that we have the dates. So the 271, 9th of March, 2023 design brief. You can see that. No, I know it's not the most recent one. The most recent one is the 13th of March, but I'll come back to the further one after that as well. But this is just the initial one that started out. Have you got that?
Yes.
So this is the original first starting point, as it were, when the design brief was set out, and you weren't involved at this stage.
No.
And you will have been aware of the various iterations as they came about and were being considered when you became involved.
No, I wasn't at that point, no.
No, when you became involved, you were aware of the history of the design brief.
When we were first approached for competition, no, but then following that, when we were actually appointed, then yes.
So you, when you were going for the competition, you were not aware of the discussions that were being had in relation to the design brief or what you were signing up for?
Well, the design brief itself confirms that this is the brief has been developed in collaboration with the London Borough of Southwark planning officer. So I was aware of that through the wording of the brief.
No, I understand that. But when you were pitching during the competition, were you aware at that point what the design brief was about and what you were being appointed to try and realise?
Yes, of course, yes.
So when you were signing up, as it were, and becoming part of the competition, you will have presumably taken a view on whether or not you could design something that worked towards the design brief.
Yes.
And in that context, you will also have been aware of the history of how the design brief evolved.
Not for the competition itself, no.
So for the competition itself, what did you think you were going to do? What were you going to achieve?
So I received the brief. We received the brief.
The latest version.
Yeah, so we worked towards the brief, but I wouldn't have been aware of the history of how the brief has come about.
Okay, so you weren't aware of the negotiations between the council and the appellant. You weren't aware of the. So, which date was the brief that you thought you were working to? Was this the April one?
I believe it's May.
May one. Okay, so there was a initial discussion on the 9th of March. There was another design brief that comes about on the 13th of March, and then there's the April 2023 one, and then there's the May one. So are you saying that the only one that you were told about was the May one, which is the latest version?
Yes, the competition itself took place I think in June. So we received the latest brief for the competition.
Okay, so I won't bother asking you then about what took place before that. So you, for your purposes, the one that you were assuming that you had to work to was essentially the May 2023, and you hadn't seen the April 2023 and the 2 of March 2023.
That's correct. I mean, I don't think it would be, I wasn't assuming that is the one that I was working to.
Okay, thank you. And then, so when you saw the April 2023 one, for that, we probably want to go then to 807-2. Bear with me, I'm going to find the May one. CD7 17. You got
Sorry,
that? CD 717. Thank you.
2nd of May 23.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So here, page 6, it's only 14 pages, this one. I had a series of questions about the other brief, so I guess we can take that. I just want to be, just to record it. When you were working towards the competition, you were essentially working to the May 2023 brief and were not necessarily aware of the iteration that led up to that.
That is correct, yes.
Thank you. So here on page 6 of that May latest version, we can see it says indicative site capacity 850, and then it gives you a list of all of the various objectives. And then on page 7, you can see it talks about 35% affordable housing on the 3rd bullet point. Can you see that?
Yes.
And then the 2 buildings of 20-story, and then it goes on to say no requirement for a bus route, but positive provision, planning application to be limited by Barclays ownership boundary, but consideration given to how the pedestrian access to and from. So just pausing there, when you were then working towards this brief, you were essentially assuming that Barclays land ownership, which didn't include the bus station, was what they were trying to work towards to achieve the 850.
That's correct. We worked towards not including the bus station.
And so when you were working towards that brief, did you have an idea of whether or not that 850 was achievable and possible, mindful of the fact that there is a provision that talks about 35% affordable housing by habitable room? Did you have a consideration of how that would all work together?
I don't think the 35% would play into that from my for my evidence. In terms of the overall massing, again, this is it's a large scheme. It needs a lot of design involvement. So I don't think any architect would be able to look at a site of this size and a number and say it fits or it doesn't fit. So it's a process, and I think that's what we work through over many months.
But even if the area that is of the site allocation was smaller, but they were still trying to achieve the same number of units, you don't think that's a consideration for you at the beginning?
No, I think we just worked through the brief. Yeah.
Okay. And then when we think about the policy talking about providing the 700,000 square foot of residential net, and then it goes on to explain 2 buildings of 20 stories, noting that they may require the delivery of additional local benefits and justification. And again, at the beginning of this process, were you thinking that you need to have 2 20-story buildings?
No, we from the very beginning, we decided to work very hard on not having 2 buildings of that height. We tried to, from the very beginning, limit it to one building of height. And it was considered throughout the process, but I think, in fact, it would have proven very difficult to achieve 2 stories of 20 buildings or more, given the constraints of the site, especially in terms of views from the west with the clock tower, the views we've discussed earlier, so 12B and view 11 especially, and also the protected borough view, where you can't really go higher in the central part of the site.
And so when you were clear in the design brief that you wouldn't be able to achieve 20 stories, did you think that would have implications on the number of units that would be possible?
No, we always worked towards the circa 850 units, and we set that target initially ourselves as architects to stay within the site allocation, which says one building of 20-story, and then we just worked from that. And we didn't know at that point whether 1 or 2 buildings would be achievable in terms of views.
Okay. So, and again, you've hopefully answered this already, but I just want to be clear. Even of the design brief on page 10, it does specifically talk about 35% affordable homes by habitable room, and it says a number of intermediate homes may be delivered through the Community Land Trust. So in other words, you're saying at that point, you're not thinking where those intermediate homes are going to be. You're not thinking about the number of them. That's just not part of your initial understanding of how this should come about.
I don't think the number of affordable homes would make a difference on the master plan design. So the homes that we design, they're not different whether they are affordable or not affordable. They are in the same high quality architecture. So I think it's 2 elements which are separate from each other.
No, I understand that, and I'm not suggesting that there would have been in your mind, this is where some of the affordable units would be and this is not where they would be. But what I'm saying is, when you're sitting there and trying to design a master plan, are you saying you don't have in mind intermediate homes which are specifically highlighted here as being deliverable through a community land trust? That just doesn't occur to you in terms of your master planning?
No.
Did you ask when you took on the brief, where if it talks, for example, the next bit on page 10, where it says a mix, target mix, 60% 2-bed, 20% need to be 3-bed, located in the Peckham Action Area core. Majority of these will have to be affordable housing. If intermediate homes are delivered through the trust, it would require a higher proportion of 3-bed. And then we have this specific table that sets out this particular point. Again, none of that would have been occurring to you when you're thinking about the master plan, even though it specifically highlights where those bedrooms are likely to be.
We had numerous discussions about different unit sizes, mix that has evolved over time. And there were, as you will be aware, there was a previous, the first application that went in had 35% affordable. So of course, we do take that into consideration. What I was trying to say is it does not make a difference in terms of the architecture or the master plan layouts or heights or massing.
I understand. So what you're saying is that whether the scheme is 20 stories via 2 buildings or not, the mass, bulk, all of that being the sort of architectural question, is separate to the concept of affordable housing. I understand that. But what you're saying is also that when you were working towards this design brief, you were also clear in your mind that there was going to be a need to provide a particular mix that looks like this.
Yes, that's correct. That was the outset.
Okay. And so when the inspector looks at the master plan, which is what we're dealing with here, he will be able to see that the scheme's architect had in mind that part of the 850 would be to deliver what the design brief talks about.
Yes.
Thank you. Now, on the non-residential elements of it, similar questions. We know that the policy tells us that you must provide at least the amount of retail floor space currently on the site requirements. Again, in your mind, when you're designing this scheme, well, firstly, when you read at least, that can we agree that that's a minimum and it could be more?
Correct.
And you wouldn't have thought that when you were designing this that there would be a loss if you're working towards the policy of retail floor space. That wouldn't have occurred to you when you were working towards this design brief.
I'm just getting up the right page.
Yeah. If you want the non-resi page, it's on page 11, but the at least point is the wording from the policy.
Which policy?
The only
The site allocation.
Yes, the site allocation.
Yeah, okay,
NSP 74 talks about the redevelopment of the site must provide at least the amount of the retail floor space currently on site, and we've agreed that suggests a minimum. It could be more. So when you were designing this scheme in your head, you couldn't have contemplated that there would be a net loss of retail space.
Yes. So on page 11 it sets out the size of the GIA for the new Morrisons, as well as the dedicated workspace building, about 2,500 square meters, and the overall non-residential floor space to be about 10,500 square meters.
We have a disagreement with the council as to what amounts to retail and commercial space and all those elements, but I'm just trying to understand where you were when you were working as an architect. Mm-hmm. But reading the policy and thinking about the design brief you were working towards, in your mind, you didn't contemplate that there would be a net loss of retail floor space as part of this development.
No, we would have followed this brief.
Thank you. And then in terms of, we've looked at the Morrisons specifically there, and then the facade, the phasing, I'm not going to trouble you with. That's all I had on the questions on the design brief. Given that you weren't involved in the previous iterations, that saves us a bit of time. Next, I just want to deal with this involvement, keeping the design brief there, this involvement of the local architects. Again, you will not have been that involved before that, but earlier on, I think you said that the reason why local architects became involved was because that was something that the council wanted to happen.
Yes, and it forms part of the brief as well.
Yeah, and it does get mentioned in the brief specifically, local architects, and it says use of local architects, page 8, use of local architects, particularly young black practices for the design of specific areas of the site. And I'll come back to that in just a moment, what that actually means. But is it fair to say that the original intention was never really to use local architects? It's only because the council forced it that became a reality?
Well, I can't really respond to that because when we got involved, this was already on the table. As a practice, we work a lot with more emerging, smaller practices, often local practices. Whenever we do bigger schemes, we tend to work together and collaborate with other practices. I think it gives a lot of variety to schemes and especially bigger schemes. So it's absolutely within the spirit of our own work.
But even though that's the case, there was a need to get other practices on board, because presumably that's because you're not local.
Well, that's a good point. We were based in Southwark, so not based in Peckham. This is very specific about local Peckham knowledge, in my view.
Okay, and then what we have also is the locals who've been picked for this work only involved doing A, B, and C. Is that right?
So I tried to explain that a little bit further before. There were actually 4 practices involved, not 3. And
This Gillespie one is the other one.
no, Gillespie's is the landscape architects. Right. It's NIMTIM.
Oh, okay.
So NIMTIM designed building F, which is the building to the east of Aylesham Gardens. And then Jazz Baller Works also designed building G. And they were both appointed as sub-consultants to DRMM, which shows that it was our own initiative to get other practices involved. And then in addition, the 3 architects, one of them overlapping, which is JBW, got directly appointed by Berkeley to design buildings ABC.
But that's very helpful. But what I understood earlier, and particularly when I looked at the statements that we had from the 3 architects that are appended to your proof, and I'll go to them in just a minute. What I understood from reading that was essentially you had DFA who did building A, and then you had Jasbala in particular doing building B.
C. Yeah.
C, I beg your pardon. Let me get this right. So yes, and then yes, so DFA building A, F&M building B, and Jasbala building C. That's what I got the sense of. Is that right?
That's correct.
But is it fair to say that the rest or the majority, let me put it another way, the majority of the development, it doesn't involve local involvement, it's mainly you, DRMM?
Yeah, so there's 16 buildings overall, of which 5 buildings were designed by other architects. So that's A, B, C, F, and G.
But when we think about sorry, give me those figures again. So you have 16 of which you were involved.
We designed the detail of 11 of those. 5 were, the detail was designed by others. We were the master planners throughout, as I described earlier, on the example of buildings A, B, and C. So we would have set parameters such as building lines, heights, routes through, and we would have collaborated on main items such as entrances to buildings. And yeah, as I already tried to describe earlier, it was a very collaborative process overall. So whilst we weren't the authors of all of the buildings, we would have been involved in kind of conversations about them.
Thank you. And then just thinking about what that actually means, and I'm interested in the involvement of the 3 architects from whom we actually have statements that are appended to your proof. Those 3, I'm interested in what they thought about the Aylesham Centre in terms of its architectural quality. And my learned friend has dealt with what DRMM will have thought about it in the context of what my other learned friend had said in the openings about the quality. So to that end, could I just double check the other 2 documents that I've seen in the core docs that are not in your proof, the 2 other documents that we have from other architects who are not DRMM, I got core document. You don't need to turn this up, but core document 2.52 is the Nimtim Architects Historic Character Analysis, and then core document 2.53, Jazz Ballas, Peckham's Local Economy, Understanding Peckham's Local Economy. So those are two particular documents that we have that predate the statements that are in your proof. Does that chime with your understanding?
Yes, that's correct. That's from the beginning of the design process.
Yes. And in those two documents, take it from me, and I'm happy to go to them if you wish, but take it from me, both the Nimtim Architects Historic Character Analysis and Jas Bala Architects on the Understanding Peckham's Local Economy don't delve into anything to do with the architectural quality of the Aylesham Centre. They're doing a sort of overall character picture of what Peckham is about.
Yes, the NIMTIM document is more about kind of streetscape, and it's just quickly running through it. Yeah, it talks about the character of Rye Lane, of Peckham High Street, also McCarroll Road, describes all the different boundary conditions. We've seen a few elements of it in my proof, which were taken out of this document.
Yeah.
And the Jas Bala document is quite different. It really looks at the existing retail provision in the town centre, in terms of different types of retail and character of retail, but also in terms of kind of spatial qualities of the retail spaces. And again, we've seen some of that work in my proof and in my presentation.
But the point I wanted to get the inspector to take away from here is, you will recall earlier on the series of questions that was asked by my learned friend as to when this idea that there is a damage being caused by the Aylesham Centre on the character of the conservation area, when did that come about? And the point being that that really came to life in September of this year, from your perspective. Now, I'm just trying to pin that down to see what the local architects were also saying at any given time. And the point I'm making is that insofar as we know what they thought pre this inquiry, those are the only two documents that we have, and neither of them tell us about the architectural quality of the Aylesham Centre.
Yeah, that's correct. They don't judge the quality, whether negative or positive. They just describe.
Yes. So let's look at what they do say in the statements that were appended to your proof that my learned friend didn't go to. The first is Appendix A of your proof, 8.08, Appendix 1, I think it might be. I've got them all open, so I might.
I've got them all in one document, so if you
So
could just...
I think it is 8.08.1, if I'm not mistaken. I've got them all opened up, and annoyingly, when you look at the tab, it doesn't give you the particular reference, but let's have a look.
You have a page number?
Yes. So which one are you in now? Are you in?
I've got them all in one document.
Okay. So Appendix A. I'm looking at the DFA one, Building A, Architects. Yeah.
Yes.
808-8. Thank you. So this is the context of these documents are their supporting text, supporting your work, supporting the development, and then sort of commenting on what they've done with each of the buildings. That's essentially what this shows.
It's the individual proofs to support my proof.
They're not quite proofs, but I know you.
Okay, I wouldn't know about the
technicalities. Don't worry about that.
Sorry for
that. Don't worry about that. So I'm looking now at page 25, paragraph 514. And this is where there is a small description about the Aylesham Centre. Have you got that?
Sorry, what's the internal document number?
Good question. Let's see.
Page
22.
Sorry.
22 is the internal,
22.
and 25 is the PDF
Thank you.
that I've got. 514 begins. 5.1.4 begins, the Aylesham Centre is described.
Yes, got
Yeah?
that. Yeah.
So this is what DFA are saying about the Aylesham Centre's architectural quality. Post-war building fails to respond to the characteristics of the earlier buildings within the area. And then this is the bit I'm interested in, the bit that begins, the existing building provides a negative contribution to the conservation area. It abuts the Johnson Higgins building to the north, a building which contributes positively to the conservation area. You see that?
Yep.
So keep in mind the word negative contribution. And then can I just check with you that the word negative contribution, that sort of chimes with what the conservation area appraisal talks about, with it being an indifferent character which does little to enhance the conservation area.
Yes, and in fact, the conservation area assessment also mentions that it is a negative element within the conservation area, so it uses exactly the same wording.
We had this conversation yesterday about whether the word negative is used in relation to the specific part of it, but you're right, 4.4, the heading does say negative elements on the conservation area appraisal. It does say negative elements, but the actual wording under the question of, if you want to just turn up the conservation area appraisal, we can do that.
Yes, 1 second, please.
So the conservation area appraisal, page 29, 4.4, negative elements.
Yes, that's correct. It's under
So-
negative element.
And then under 4.4.3, it talks about indifferent character, does little to enhance conservation area. Here's an opportunity, and it goes on to explain. So when you're saying it talks about it having a negative contribution, are you tying the heading to those wordings?
Yes, it's
Contributions, but again, this is in the context of this appeal as part of this reasons for refusal. Before this appeal, we don't have anything in front of us of them saying that.
That's correct, and the documents that you referred to earlier, they did not involve DFA.
Thank you. Now let's deal with F&M, which is part of the appendices. I think you've got that separately. I'm looking at page 11, paragraph 116(2).
Sorry, would you have the internal page
Yes,
number
absolutely, I do.
I've got them all in one PDF.
18 is the internal.
18.
That's much more efficient. 116.2, and it begins firstly in response.
Yep.
So this is what the other local architect is saying, again, in the context of this appeal. It's important to note the context of poor quality in the existing Aylesham Centre recognised and agreed at the local authority. The intention is to respond, therefore, within the guiding principles. And then it goes on to, do you want to just have a quick read of that rest of that paragraph? But essentially, they say poor quality.
Correct.
And then if you look at back to the conservation area appraisal, under section 4.5, potential development sites.
Yes.
4.5.2, it begins, there are a number of sites located throughout the conservation area that contribute poorly to the character and appearance of the area. And then the second bullet point, the Aylesham Centre is highlighted.
Correct.
Yeah. So negative, poorly. Third one is in relation to the Jazz Balla one that you've got, please, wherever you can find it. And I'm in particularly interested in page 7, 1.2.5. And if you want the internal page, it is 5.
Yes.
1.2.5, you can see it says it talks about the former Jones and Higgins building, demolished, having had and then it says, which is, it talks about the Aylesham Centre, and then having had a negative impact on Rye Lane and the wider conservation area. At ground level, the building's continuous frontage. Can you see that? So they're using the word negative impact. Can you see that?
Yes.
And then finally on this page 20 of the same Jazz Ballad document, (5.1.8), the second paragraph, internal page 18.
Yes.
Begins our architectural response.
Yep.
The Aylesham Centre, the third line from the bottom, the Aylesham Centre makes a negative impact on the conservation area. Do you see that?
Yes.
So bringing all of that together, what we have is these three architectural practices that I've only been asked to look at 5 out of 16, saying negative contribution and the word poor quality. And they're all saying that for the first time insofar as we have that information for this inquiry. Yes?
Well, I would say yes, only 5 out of, these actually only 4 out of, well, without NIMTIM, these 3 architects who have provided these documents. But they, of course, they have worked on the buildings within the conservation area along Rye Lane. So that is why they are describing this area in detail.
I understand that. And that's actually even more helpful to us because what that tells us is that these particular architectural practices who are particularly working on the Aylesham Centre themselves, only part of this appeal do we actually hear them using those kind of words. We've not seen anything in front of this inquiry where they have talked about the Aylesham Centre making a negative or any other sort of pejorative word before this.
Yeah, so the as I described earlier, the our role in the overall development of the plans were to set the framework. So that would have included setting the framework of demolishing what is there at the moment and designing new buildings.
I understand that. I don't want to go over the series of documents that my learned friend had gone through about what you might have thought up until this point. I think that's been done. But can I finish this then? That we've had negative impact, poor quality. Those 2 descriptions chime with what the conservation area appraisal is telling us. Yes?
Yes.
And it's a building of its time, obviously, from the 1980s. Yes?
Correct.
And the conservation area appraisal comes after it in 2011. Yes?
Correct.
Now, when my learned friend uses the words monumental, unarticulated, thoroughly dispiriting, below mediocre, you're not associating yourself with that language. You certainly don't do that in your documents, and you certainly haven't said that in front of this inquiry. That's right, isn't it?
I mean, those are not words that I personally use in general, so it's not.
Well,
so
you're
I think
the architect of the scheme.
Yeah, I am. I do agree that it's of very poor quality. It's not my words, but it's of very poor quality.
That's good enough for me. And then back to the conservation area appraisal. What's the response to that? What is the response to that? The conservation area appraisal tells us the response to that is an opportunity to redevelop the building centre along with the car park site and the bus station just outside the conservation area. Can we agree that as far as the conservation area appraisal is concerned, the response that it suggests would only be partially achieved because you're not developing in the bus station, are you?
Sorry, can you point me to the
4.4.3.
Yeah, it says there's an opportunity to redevelop the building centre with the car park and the bus station.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is that the conservation area's response to this indifferent negative element is only being partially achieved through this development.
That's reading this very word by word. I wouldn't
Well,
interpret. I would personally not interpret it in a way that it means you have to develop. If you develop the front of it, you have to develop the whole site.
If I don't read it word for word, how else should I read it?
My personal interpretation would not be that it needs to redevelop the whole site, including the bus station.
Okay, fair enough. I think the inspector will see that. Next heading is the policy document, please. The NSP 74, please. Let me know when you have it.
Yes.
In terms of just the wording, first of all, when you were working towards the brief, did you have the requirements in this in mind?
Yes, of course.
So when you were then, let's just thinking about the wordings of what is said here. We've already touched upon when you read the development of the site must. What did you understand that to mean? And then it lists the bullet points.
Well, those are the policy points that are to be considered.
When it says must, did you think it was negotiable?
No, they should be followed.
Each and every single one of them.
Yes.
And if you don't, you're not working towards the policy. Yes?
That's correct. Wouldn't be in line with the policy. Yes.
Good. So when it talks about this question, insofar as your area is concerned, I'm going to be dealing with some of this with Mr. Eldridge and Mr. Alston, so I'm not going to ask you planning policy questions, but thinking about what it talks about, diversify and complement the existing retail offer in the town centre with new opportunities, a range of shop sizes, including suitable space to attract a variety of retailers to Peckham. In terms of what was being designed, did you have in mind what kind of retail shops exist in Peckham, what they provide, what kind of sort of, what it looks like in the local? Did you have that in mind as part of that?
Yes, absolutely. So the document that you referred to earlier, the one undertaken by, the study undertaken by Jess Baller, did a very detailed analysis of what is present in the in Rye Lane and in the vicinity, not just Rye Lane, but also kind of Peckham High Street and other areas that are kind of just off Rye Lane. So that influenced the design. I've set out in my proof the way that we have distributed the retail allocation across the site with a new retail loop. There's opportunity for different sized units, larger units on Rye Lane, which are double fronted to the front and the back of the building. There's double story or 2-story ones on Peckham Yards as well as on Building C. There is potential for small units, for example, within the passageway into the Aylesham Gardens. So there's a whole range of different types and flexibility built in to be able to have either or smaller retail units.
You'd refer to the document by Jess Baller, which is a character analysis, essentially a neutral character analysis of Peckham, but it doesn't tell you exactly how that is going to be achieved, by which units in what part of the site, does it?
No, this is the analysis.
Okay.
We are using the analysis to then come up with our proposals.
The design and accessibility guidance section, careful consideration would also need to be given to the neighbouring residential areas and important local heritage buildings. And then it says, redevelopment or refurbishment of the site should introduce active frontages throughout the site and retain and enhance frontages to Rye Lane, taking Rye Lane Peckham Conservation Area into consideration. When it talks about active frontages throughout the site, do you understand that to mean both internally and the street facing?
I understand that to be on Rye Lane and on facades within the site. So the existing condition is that there are frontages on Rye Lane, and then there's the kind of entrance, the secondary entrance into the Morrisons from the car park. The proposal has open space with lots of links and connections throughout the site, which are lined with retail units or commercial units, and they all provide active frontages within the site.
Okay, so just so I'm clear, when you say on Rye Lane and internally, when you read that policy and it says introduce the wording active frontages throughout the site, you have not read that to mean, for example, on other street facing sides beyond Rye Lane. You do not read it as meaning that even though it's explicitly saying throughout the site.
Yes, there are. I think it means active frontages not only on Rye Lane but also within the site, and.
But sorry to interrupt you. So just you're reading it as just on Rye Lane and internally, but not on Hanover Park or anywhere else outside on the street.
No, that's not the way I read it. But the way that we have designed the overall layout of the master plan concentrates on the retail loop. However, there are other elements of activation also, for example, on Hanover Park. There's one retail unit in Building F. There's one in Building N on the corner onto the north and south link to draw people in, to have more activation on those frontages as well.
But just so I'm clear, I'm going to just record this. But insofar as reading that, introducing active frontages throughout the site, for you, in terms of the design and the architecture, you read that as being Rye Lane and internally within the site. That's how you read it.
No, I read it as along Rye Lane and throughout the site. In the site, it's not either within or along the edges. That is then a matter of design process to determine where most of the activation should go.
So what you're saying is then it's apart from on Rye Lane, the rest of that wording that says throughout the site is a matter of judgment for you as an architect.
Yes, I think so, yes.
Thank you. On the tall buildings element there, could we just turn up, please? I think the one thing that my learner friend did pick up, I'm not going to go over it, but the bit that says the site is within the setting of the Rye Lane, Peckham, Hill Street conservation areas, Rye Lane, Peckham and Peckham Hill Street conservation areas. So any taller development should be set back from Rye Lane shopping frontage. I think my learner friend has captured a great deal of that. But I just was interested in, on that setback question, I just had one particular question, if I may, if I can find it. Yes. So has there ever been a sort of analysis or sort of an option testing of what an alternative massing looks like that either sort of materially reduces ABC's apparent bulk on Rye Lane? Was there any option tested of what that would look like?
We did test various options of kind of moving massing around. So this, what you've got in front of you, is not the only massing and height evolution that we looked at overall. Building M, for example, has moved in location quite a lot in order to make sure it doesn't show up in the views discussed. The heights, most of the heights have changed at some point during the process, and then they are iteratively tested in terms of views, in terms of townscape heritage, but also in terms of daylight sunlight, internally to neighboring properties, to the external spaces. There's a lot of different testing that goes on in order to achieve an optimum layout and mapping approach.
I might have missed it, but is that part of the evidence that you've shown different massing testing on ABC and how that has evolved to what you have? I might have missed it if it exists.
The section about the pre-application process would include some of that.
Okay. The ones that my learner friend had gone through with you earlier.
Correct.
Thank you. In terms of then the next bit of the text, development massing should be directed to the east of the site to minimize the impact on the view of the city from the Bussey building rooftop. Could I trouble you to turn up the Bussey building? Do you have the the HTVIA document?
Yes.
On view 31 and 32? '32 in particular.
Yes.
So when it says in the development policy text there about approaches to tall buildings, development massing should be directed to the east of the site to minimize the impact of the view of the city from the Bussey building rooftop. What presumably the view of the city is what we're looking at in that distant image where you can see the Shard and the rest of it, yes?
Correct.
And we're told to minimize the impact on the view of the city from the Bussey building rooftop. That's a specific text that's been inserted into the policy, and that's consider.
That's correct.
So help me with this. If you turn the page to see what is actually going to happen, how much of the city can you still see?
In this specific view, a lot of it would be obscured. You can still see the top of the Shard, and you can see the cupola of St. Paul's.
But the majority of it will be obscured.
Yes.
That hardly minimizes the impact, does it?
I think if you take all the different parameters into consideration in order to, place the massing in different views, the solution that we found minimizes the overall impact.
But the solution you found is the tip of the Shard and then that tiny glimpse of, and we can see the corner there of St. Paul's, which is a protected view, but just a slight gap in between those two buildings in the middle. Are you seriously suggesting that the tip of the Shard and that tiny little gap amounts to the minimization of impact, even though the text specifically highlights this view as being a view to the city that you need to minimize the impact? Are you seriously suggesting that this is being achieved?
I think that what's important to note is that the Bussey building roof, you can walk along it. It's not one specific view. So you can walk all the way from the west to the east. So there, what we have made sure is that the buildings, the layouts of the buildings, or in plan, the buildings are orientated more on a kind of north-south axis, which you could see when you look at any plan or the overview sketch. So from these elevated views, you typically see the more slender side of all the buildings, apart from the lower buildings which sit along the frontages. So in this view, you see the red facades.
Yep.
Just above Peckham Levels car park. They are building J and building N,
Yep.
and they provide a lower frontage onto Hanover Park. They are oriented east to west. All the taller buildings are oriented north to south. Helps with dual aspect, but also helps with providing these gaps in between buildings to allow views through. And when you walk along the rooftop, there will be the views that you get through the buildings, in between the buildings, will vary.
Okay, so even though you accepted a few moments ago that the majority of, let me get your wording right, the majority will be obscured, what you're saying to this inspector is when he's on the site visit, he'll have to imagine what will be there by walking along that Bussey building rooftop, and sort of imagine that somebody experiencing that will get a glimpse of the city at some point in some form, and that is a rational way of understanding what it means to minimize the impact. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I think that's correct. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And then just thinking about I think that was all I had on the policy or the inspectors. If you turn the page on the following page, you mentioned St Paul's. It's only fair to say that the policy deals with that, where it talks about the site lying within the borough view of St Paul's Cathedral. So that's there for the inspector to see. I'm going to move on to a few questions about volume now and some of the language that you've been using recently. The first is just in terms of, I think you've spoken about the grain and the rhythm of the development and how it's come together in particularly in relation to ABC and in particular in relation to what it's replacing in the Aylesham Centre. Can I just ask you this, in terms of how the ABC now present, as opposed to what we're looking at with the Aylesham Centre, ABC now presents as sort of a long, continuous elevation segments within that context, but that sort of long, continuous presentation is pretty much the same as what the Aylesham Centre was doing, but higher now. Is that fair?
No, I don't think that's fair. If you look at any of the elevations, so I just pick one. We could go back to my proof, page 114.
Yep.
Shows the elevation at the bottom under figure 273. There's a very clear rhythm along the frontage. It's read very well in the ground floor. The shop fronts, which are much more pronounced than the what is existing in the Aylesham Centre. It's got set-ins in the central part. We've got the deep recesses on the balconies on the upper floors as well. So I don't think it reads similar at all.
Can I deal with the street level views on the? I think my learned friend has dealt with the question about the junction and the view of the clock tower going. I'm not going to touch on that, but I want to deal with the Peckham Arch. Were you here yesterday when we were discussing? This is on viewpoint 17. Viewpoint 17 on Peckham High Street, existing.
Sorry.
From Peckham Square.
Yes.
So this is the existing, and over the page we can see the what's going to happen if this development is consented, and we can see the clock tower there. Can you see that?
Yes.
And in the conservation area appraisal, if you were here for the evidence that was given yesterday, there's a great deal of points in the conservation area appraisal about being able to see the blue sky and being able to see elements of. Now, just looking at this image, one of the things that has come about is understanding the removal of the arch in this context is going to be one of the consequences that's going to be taking place if the current pending applications go through. But just looking at this image, and actually, if I could ask you to imagine yourself being where that individual who's pushing the pram is, rather than where this picture has been taken, which is quite far back.
Yep.
So imagine you're standing where that individual pushing the pram is, and imagine that arch is gone. and over the page with the same individual standing with the pram, and now the arch is gone, there's going to be even more of an impact, isn't there, on this view?
In what sense?
In the way that this bulk will become even more overbearing.
I don't think so, no. I mean, the position where the individual with the pram stands, yes, probably they wouldn't even see the clock tower at the moment because the arch would be right in the way. But I think you would see the sky behind the top of the clock tower building.
Without the arch, would the view improve? Would the impact of this development improve or get worse?
I personally don't think it would change drastically. I mean, not in terms of the impact onto. It would change because the arch wouldn't be there, but I don't think it would change in terms of negative or positive contribution.
So you think there will be a change, but such a change will be neutral. Is that what you're saying?
I want to be careful with those words that they are not read in a kind of heritage.
No. I'm asking
because
you.
That's not my expertise, of course. But for architecturally and from a townscape perspective, I think they would not make a difference on the way the development affects the townscape.
Okay. The inspector will take a view, I'm sure. Now, the penultimate bit to deal with on the mitigation. We talked to my learner friend about ABC again, about the upper setbacks. You spoke to him about the materials. But just going back to the previous question about the length, apart from the use of the materials and also the setback that we've talked about, the frontage length and the story count isn't something that has changed during this process. That's really remained the same, hasn't it? On ABC.
Throughout the design process?
Yes.
It's changed. It's been modulated.
Has the length got shorter of ABC?
Yeah, we modulated the section to the south differently. So where we're stepping back, we introduced the passageway to the north. That's all elements that were introduced throughout the design process. They weren't there from day one.
And insofar as the removal of the Aylesham Centre is concerned, isn't it? I'm just trying to understand how to put this. My learner friend talked about transformational change. We've seen what the conservation area appraisal talks about, it being a detracting element, the poor quality. We've seen all of those conversations. But insofar as the development seeks to remove this detracting feature, as it were, isn't that more about improving the baseline quality rather than a heritage benefit? If you don't,
I don't think I can comment on heritage benefit.
I'll deal with that with Mr. Eldridge. The final question is about the fly-through. I don't propose to bring up the fly-through, but could you bring up the DAS? I just wanted to give the inspector an understanding of what the experience will actually be.
Yes.
So the DAS, if you turn to chapter 10, page 262 internally, 10.3.
Refuse storage?
Yeah. So, earlier on when we were watching that video and we were seeing the walkthrough of the internal spaces and people having that experience of walking around, remember that?
I do.
Another part of that experience from this image is that if you look at the blue service vehicle and on-street loading in blue, can you see that in the blue box?
Yeah.
And then the green box designated refuse vehicle loading. Can you see that? So if you look at the images, you can see lots of blue squares in the image of next to the text, the service access text.
Yes, that's correct. Would you like me to talk through it?
So no. I was just saying that one of the experiences will be service vehicles going through all those areas, not just people walking through.
That's correct, but it's very limited in terms of number of travels. So, I mean, that can all be read up in the transport assessment. But the idea behind this is to integrate the servicing within the overall public realm. It's designed in a way that it doesn't impact on the quality of the space. It is true there will be cars, there will be vans, there will be refuse vehicles
Exactly.
going around the loop. So they will be entering where it's got the little F on the bottom left,
Yes.
and then they will travel around and come back out
Well,
where the N is written.
that's really helpful, because if you look at the top of the image where there's an E, you can see the green that says designated refuse vehicle loading, and then all the blue is the loop. And you've said just now, there will be cars, there will be vans going through this, and obviously sections of it are termed as green links. But just so the inspector understands, none of that walkthrough that you showed us going through the internal of this development showed a single car, as far as I could see, or a van.
Yeah, it's very limited in terms of number of vehicles going through. It's not a street that anyone would just drive through.
But the inspector should have in mind when he's looking at those people going about their days, that there will be some days where they're going to have to share that surface with vans collecting rubbish.
That's correct. There is servicing within the development.
Thank you. Final question oh no, I guess this is a different question that I'll save for the planning and the heritage witnesses. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mohammed. Is there any re-examination?
Well done. Thank you. Many things, including an electrician. There are, sir. Yes, thank you very much. A theme of both my learned friends' cross-examinations was that there was no mention of the Aylesham Centre causing harm in the design and access statement. Remember that?
I do.
Thought you would. And the argument was that it was magicked or confected up for the purposes of the appeal in September this year. Do you remember that? Put to you by both my learned friends. Nothing in front of us in terms of paper pre-September, said my learned friend, to assess that was the suggestion made at any time earlier. You said you'd taken the view that it was very harmful early on, but agreed with my learned friend, Mr. Turney, that it wasn't in the design and access statement. Remember that?
Yes.
What's the purpose of the design and access statement, please?
It's to describe the development, how we've arrived there, and describe the the overall designs, master plan designs, as well as building designs.
Thank you. Was it the only document submitted at the time of the application?
No, it would come with a whole lot of other documents.
Thank you. Was Mr. Eldridge on board at the time of the application?
Yes, he was.
You've been taken to, on a number of occasions, the HTVIA, haven't you?
Correct.
Can we now pick it up again, please?
Yes.
There's a hard copy for you if you want it.
Yes, please. That would make it easier. Got the right document?
You've already got a hard copy, sir, I think.
Yes.
Were there discussions between yourself and Mr. Eldridge during the period leading up to the application?
Yes, and he was, of course, also part of the pre-application process.
Yes.
Council.
Thank you very much. At any time, did you find yourself holding, as far as you were able to say, different views to those expressed by the Townscape Consultancy?
No, I wasn't.
No. Thank you very much. Can we look to see then what was happening as at the time of the application? not September this year, or indeed from my opening. Can we look at paragraph 5.7, which is on page internal 29?
Yes.
It's a long document, so I'm going to wait until you give me the nod. Yes. Oh, it's in the hard copy. And it should be on page 29. Can we look at what it says at 5.6, please? A service yard and access routes separate the northern edge of the supermarket and shopping centre from the backs of the terrace properties to the north along Peckham High Street. A petrol station lies east of the car park and a bus layover area lies to the northeast of the supermarket. The visual quality of the buildings forming the shopping centre ranges from poor to mediocre. See that?
Yes.
Now, my little friend, Mr. Mohammed, says Mr. Harris comes along in September and says below mediocre. I'm not going to quibble with a few months. What was the applicant saying to the local authority in terms in its application all the way back in July 2024? And I suspect I was locked up on another case.
Well, this document clearly states that the visual quality ranged from poor to mediocre, and then it goes on to describe the Rye Lane frontage in particular.
And it goes on to describe it in these terms: long and relatively unrelieved in its form and expression, with the treatment of windows, false balconies and bar roof elements providing only superficial articulation. Now, first question, do you agree or do you disagree?
Yes, I agree with that.
Thank you. Then it says, the entrance arch and glazed arcade are heavy and somewhat crude in their form and execution. Agree or disagree?
I agree.
The supermarket is drab in appearance with large areas of blank frontage. Agree or
Yes.
disagree?
I agree.
Yeah. Is that the sort of thing you had in mind when you said you'd taken the view very early that this was a very harmful development in the conservation area?
Yes, that's correct. That describes it.
Thank you.
It isn't really re-examination.
Yes, it is.
No, because it's putting different words to the witness than the ones that were put.
Fair enough. I'll try and resist. Can we look at paragraph 711, please? Page 43, so on the hard copy.
Yes.
Within the Rye Lane Peckham CAA, the Aylesham Centre is marked for potential development as, at present, it contributes poorly to the character and appearance of the conservation area. The CAA states that future development should aim to secure improvements to the frontage onto Rye Lane by redevelopment of the AT shopping centre, and goes on to state that the Morrison supermarket and adjacent car parks outside the conservation area would benefit from sensitive enhancement and redevelopment. Again, that's the point which is made in the application. Do you agree or disagree?
I agree.
Thank you. I'm not going to ask a further question. Can we go to 724, please? Taking into account the low level of contribution to the significance arising from the setting of the Peckham Rye Conservation Area, the poor setting provided by the existing Aylesham shopping centre and its associated car parks, the work undertaken by the architects to locate the principal volumes of the proposed development further east, while meeting the edge of the conservation area with appropriate architecture and a sense of layering behind lower existing buildings, is considered that the final scheme avoids harm to the significance of the conservation area in accordance with the NPPF. Again, your view at the time expressed was early took the view that it was very harmful. Is that something like the sort of thing that you had in mind or not? She did. She said very harmful twice. And in answer to my learned friend as well, about 18 minutes ago. Very harmful. Inspector, it's all recorded, so we can all go and have a look. Good. Answer the question, please.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Well, we could go to a few others, but I'm just going to go to one. The suggestion, I think, is that this approach is a new one. We've seen what it says. Can we look at
this?
paragraph?
The objection to this sort of re-examination is this: that I asked the witness about the documents which she was responsible for,
Yeah.
and asked for her opinion based on those documents. I was proposing to ask Mr. Eldridge about his document
And you can.
and the way in which he's dealt with it. What I don't think is a legitimate approach to re-examination is to take somebody else's words, noting the shortfall in the evidence that you've heard from the witness, to take somebody else's words and ask her to adopt them.
No, the point being taken by my learned
No,
friend is somehow the words in my opening appear for the first time in September, along with the allegations in the documentation. So I'm entitled to establish that those allegations are part of the application process and to ask my witness for her views on those, given that she said she'd taken an early view that it was harmful or very harmful.
So that's
absolutely nothing wrong with that.
That's for her proof. That's for her potentially for her evidence in chief. It's not for re-examination because that's just introducing. It's just introducing new documents, other people's views. I mean, I could, but re-examining on the basis of another person's evidence is not an appropriate approach.
But also, sir, I would endorse my learned friend's objections and add one critical point. It's worse than that. What is being put now is, this is what somebody else said. Did you have that in mind?
Yeah.
We don't know what was in her mind. What we do know is what she's written down.
Yes, but it was also suggested from both of my learned friends that there was nothing in front of us in terms of evidence to suggest that any of these comments about the centre were made at any stage before September.
No,
now, sir, just bear with me, please. I am fully entitled, as my learned friend has just recognised, to take my next witness to these, and I will. But you should not be robbed of understanding what this witness meant when she said, I'd taken the view very early that this was a very harmful position. Now, that has clearly been set out in documents long before I'm on the case, and I've used these words to frame my opening.
No, this is
And
the point.
the inspector is in-
Substitution, constant substitution. We'll get to this if we need to with Mr. Eldridge.
Well, we will.
Very, very harmful. Find very harmful in that document. Find it.
Yes,
It's
sir.
not there, sir.
Yeah.
It's not there.
But-
So what Mr. Harris is doing is quite simple. He's saying it's very harmful. You've said that. When you said that, did you have in mind,
Yeah.
here are a litany of where I find those words in somebody else's document?
Yeah.
That's not re-examination. It's not legitimate re-examination.
Could I just add? Could I just add? When I talked about where else in the evidence do we find this line of questioning, and I said there's nothing in the evidence, I was specifically tying the series of questions that Mr. Turney had asked about this witness to the other three architects who had a big hand in bringing this thing forward, and whether they ever alleged what's being alleged in my learner friend's opening at all. And they haven't. So I stand by my position. There is nothing in front of you in the evidence that could corroborate what my learned friend opened with at this inquiry from the architects. If he wants to ask a question from the other witnesses later on, I'll get to that. But this is the architect. Mr. Turney established what he's established. I've tied that to the other three architects. That's all that's happened. What we can't do is try and unravel that now by referring to other people's documents and asking this witness to tell us about what was on her mind, which apparently coincidentally now is what other people were thinking.
I realise it's a bone of contention. I'd like to move on to a different question. Perhaps this could be dealt with either via cross-examination of Mr. Eldridge or from closings. So I'd point taken. It's a bone of contention. So if we could move on.
Very happy, sir. And I just want to make sure from both my learned friends that they aren't going to have I'm going to call them similarly deaf, but similar submissions to make when I take my next witness to these passages? Yes,
Evidence.
brilliant.
That's
So,
where it belongs,
that's
because
fine.
it's Mr. Eldridge's document.
Fine.
You're trying to find your word somewhere else.
No. I just note that you're happy for the inspector to hear it from the next witness, but rob the inspector of an understanding of this witness's appreciation of her own set of documents. But
Just to be clear, it's not robbing. The intent in my interruption is not to rob you of anything. If you want to hear it, of course, do. It is to make sure that we are not robbed in terms of our representations on this case. We are not robbed of the opportunity to put a point in response to an answer that's given by a witness. And we took that to its logical conclusion. And if somebody comes back and says, well, I can construct a better answer from other documents, then that is not legitimate re-examination.
well, that's nonsense, but I'm going to move on. Next heading, please, which is to do with the use of arches in the Aylesham Centre. Remember you were asked about that?
Yes.
They use arches. You use arches. Surely that means you think it's a good building.
Correct.
I hope I paraphrased that right. First, please. Let's look to page 135 of the design and access statement, please.
Yes.
And the learned friend was cross-examining you by reference to the brown window, as they used to say in play school, the arched window in the Aylesham frontage. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Yeah. Now, can we see other brown windows identified as part of that pictogram?
Yes, there's the ones on 49 Rye Lane.
Yeah. And on the head
And well, on the Johnson Higgins building, there
Yeah.
are the two, and the one on 49.
all right. Okay, so there we've got some arches that have been specifically identified. What purpose do you think they play?
I think they were directly referenced in the elevations and the facade treatment of specifically building B, where they appear above windows, but also building C and building A, and just kind of form a contribution to the overall kind of theme of arches within the area.
Yeah, which came first, do you think? The arches on the Jones building or the arches in the Aylesham building?
I think the ones on the Johnson Higgins building.
Yeah. So from where did the architect for the Aylesham Centre get the idea for the arches?
Yeah, certainly from the neighbouring buildings.
Yeah. Now, the arch is an architectural feature. For how long has an arch been an architectural feature that excites?
Long time.
delights?
Very long time.
Quite a long time. And does the fact that there are arches used on bad buildings mean that they become good buildings?
Sorry, can you say that again?
Yeah. Does the fact that you use arches, which have been around for eons, on a bad building turn it into a good building?
No, it doesn't.
No. And the fact that you use arches that are on a bad building, but on a good building, does that turn the good building into a bad building?
No, I don't think so.
No. Now, in this case,
No, it
to
doesn't.
be serious, has there been any criticism of the use of arches in the proposal from any of the design officers at any time that you have been involved in the case?
No, it was not questioned or criticized.
Thank you. That. Thank you. Shepherd Robson next, please. We know that Shepherd Robson were, put it politely, invited off the team by the local authority. The design brief, did the design brief come before or after the the removal of Shepherd Robson from the scheme?
I believe it was after the event.
So if and insofar as you try and judge the Shepherd Robson scheme by reference to the design brief, was the design brief even in existence at that time?
No, it wasn't.
Thank you very much. End of that issue. Can we turn to CD72 next, please? CD72. And can we go to page 68?
Is that the minutes?
Yes, it is. And do you remember my learned friend took you to paragraph 4.9?
Yes.
And that says CJ noticed or noted the buildings fronting Rye Lane needed to be integrated well, suggesting 7 stories is potentially too tall. At the time of that pre-app, what was the Rye Lane frontage looking like?
It didn't have a setback on the upper floor, so it was 7 stories tall without a setback.
Who is CJ, please?
That's Catherine Jeter.
And what's her role within the council?
Design, I don't know the exact, I can't remember the exact role.
We see
Would
she
be-
is identified in the attendees present. It doesn't say exactly what she is. I'll be corrected if she's anything other than a design officer.
She is certainly design something.
Yes. Okay. Now, what's the date of this meeting, please?
This is 1st of November 23.
Yeah, thank you. Can we pick up... Oh, sorry. I don't think we'd actually finished what she'd said. Forgive me if I'm wrong. I'm a bit sleepy. But if we look at paragraph 4.9, DJ noted the buildings from front Rye Lane needed to be integrated well, suggesting 7 stories is potentially too tall. That's where we paused, I think, and I asked the question. A shoulder height of 5 stories with 2 upper story setbacks was suggested as a possible alternative. So that suggestion is coming from where?
From Catherine directly.
Thank you very much. Now, what I'd like you to do is to pick up the design brief, please, but to go to a page that everybody avoided in cross-examination, at least a portion of a page. Can we go to the May one? PD 17, 717.
Yes.
I don't have internal pages, I've got a paper one, but we went to core objectives, which I know is 277.
Yes.
Can we go to 278, please? Remember, learned friend, Mr. Mohammed took you to this.
Yes, target core objectives.
Target core objectives. And can we see, in relation to that suggestion just made by the local authority, whether it rings true or is inconsistent with this document, which is in May 2023, this last meeting being in November 2023? See?
Yes, in this document, there is the top line of this page reads buildings on Rye Lane to be no more than 7 stories with a 7th story setback. So just with the top story setback.
Thank you very much. So the position is that the target core objectives were now chiming, as perhaps they should, given the way the document had been produced, as we saw previously, with a direct suggestion in a pre-application meeting from the design officer.
Sorry, I don't know what chiming means.
Like a bell
Yes.
makes
Okay.
a noise that
Working
you can-
together.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
But it's a terrible idiom if you think about it, because it's a noise which means the same thing, which is not really that clever. All right, but can we now look, please, further down the target core objectives? Because do you remember when you were asked questions by my learned friend about the view of the side, of the Head and Shoulders building?
Yes.
And here we go. It says target core objectives, clear sky behind the turret of the clock tower when viewed from Peckham Road, Burger King. Not the sexiest thing ever to see in a brief, but when the inspector goes to the site, he'll be able to spot where that is.
That's correct.
So I'd like your view, please. Is that consistent or inconsistent with the answer you were giving to my learned friend about there being more important views, less important views, etc.?
That's consistent. There was always an emphasis on the view of the clock tower from Burger King, and also then following on from that, the Persepolis view.
Thank you very much. Now let's pick up the report to committee on that as well, please. CD 31.
Yes.
And can we go to the section on historic impact?
You give me.
Yeah, I can. Jones and Higgins is paragraph 241.
Yes.
We read the whole of this paragraph yesterday, pride of place, etc. Halfway down, the taller buildings in the site have been clustered away from the head and shoulders, in quotes, that's why I use it, of the clock tower and in views from Peckham Road. The top of the clock tower outline would remain free from clutter behind when viewed in the more important views along Peckham High Street. Now, you're asked directly by my learned friend what your view of that was, and you said that there were some more important than others, and he pressed you. Your view, please, as to whether what you're saying is anything new in terms of the way that the council itself looks at the head and shoulders of the clock.
No, I think it was clear from the outset that these were the most important views. They are the views of the facade and the clock, the main facade and the clock of the building. And during the process, for example, building M moved a lot further south in order to keep the free sky, the free view of the sky behind the building free, in particular these two views, 11 and 12B.
Thank you very much. And that view that you expressed in relation to that, and we see that officers identify, when Mr. Bevan was giving evidence, he said that sort of hierarchy view was a view that was given also by Mr. Aldridge. Do you remember that yesterday?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I just want to explore with you, please, how far back this hierarchy position goes. Did you pick up the TBIA again, please?
Yep.
11:15. There would be effects on the Rye Lane Peckham Conservation Area. Sorry.
11.
You need to be in the TBIA. And it's page 187. That doesn't look like the TBIA. I may be wrong.
In the conclusions? 11, sorry, you said?
11:15.
Yeah, I've got that.
There would be effects on the Rye Lane Peckham Conservation Area arising from the proposed development. These include the slight diminution of the clock tower of the former Jones and Higgins department stores described above in some views. The Jones and Higgins buildings is an important local landmark within the conservation area, particularly in eastward views from Peckham High Street. It is considered, however, that harm in these views is minimised, particularly in the view identified as most important by officers during the pre-application process, view 12B at Collier Place. Is that the same as the Burger King view?
This is the Persepolis
That's
view.
the Persepolis view, as well as in views closer to the site on Peckham High Street than viewpoint 12B. Is one of those the Burger King?
Yes,
views?
the one closer to the site is the Burger King, which is view 11.
Thank you. In addition, the development of buildings A, B and C, replacing the existing poor frontage of the Aylesbury Centre within the boundary of the conservation area on Rye Lane, leads to heritage benefits which balance the slight diminution of the appreciation of the Jones and Higgins clock tower in a small number of views. On balance, there's considered to be no harm to the significance of the designated heritage asset. Just, I want to ask you about that latter part, but when you're there seeing reference to 12B, closer to 12B, and the views that are identified in the design brief that we looked at just a few moments ago, is that the sort of hierarchical point that you were making?
Yes, that's correct. And we also had a walk with officers early on in which those views were especially highlighted, the ones
And were you present on that walk?
I was, yes.
Yeah. What was the purpose of that walk?
It was to discuss the different views. As I described in my presentation on Tuesday, we inherited views, but then we other views were added to it. So this walk formed part of that process. The 12B view, which is the Persepolis one, was actually added during the process. And Michael Soukaris, the heritage officer, pointed this one out as the most important one, in which to retain the clear silhouette.
Thank you very much. Then next point is building line. And my learned friend put it to you that it would have been possible to have a building line that was further set back. Do you remember, by reference to the upper stories, etc. And he asked you whether you'd ever tested it, and you said yes. There's a sketch open still from when we looked at it last time, and then probably my learned friend moved on. Could you say to the inspector? Could you tell the inspector why that process of, well, first question, did that process of testing alternative frontages in the way that you outlined to my learned friend, what was the outcome of that?
Yes, we tested various options. We had the Rye Lane workshop with officers, where a more varied approach was taken between the three architects and in terms of the massing as well. And at that point, we as a design team were asked to find a more cohesive way of tying the three parts of the building together. So at that point, the overall massing changed and we introduced the 5-story shoulder height.
Thank you very much. Sorry. Thank you very much. And we've seen yesterday, and we can go to it again if you like, but we've seen yesterday that the choice of the building line was seen to be a natural fit for design officers. What do you think they meant by that?
I think they would mean by that it works well within the context.
Thank you. And this case has been the subject of a GLA stage 1 hearing, hasn't it? Stage 1 consideration.
Yes.
I don't think we've gone to that document yet, so perhaps we just...
No, that's the kind of red flag on re-examination, because if we haven't opened a document, it would be surprising if it was opened in re-examination.
Yes, I think that's a fair point.
Well, I can deal with it with another witness. So I don't accept the principle that if I just ask about, if the witness has just asked about a document that's hermetically sealed, but there's something else that arises from that it can't be asked. But my learned friend sets himself a very high bar when it comes to his own re-examination. I just say that. Well, you did, but anyway, I'm very happy, sir, to move on in those circumstances.
If we could, yes.
Yeah, thank you. Good. Thank you very much for that. Yes, there was debate between you as to what was meant by the shoulders on the head. Do you remember that?
Yes.
We've looked now at the choices of viewpoints, and we've seen what the officers said in the officers' report. about the head and shoulders in particular, from certain viewpoints being more important to be left clear. What's the head?
It's the tower.
Yeah. And
In
what's
my
the
view.
shoulders?
In my view, it's clearly the kind of upper, the first step next to the tower. It's clearly visible in the 12B view.
Yeah. And when you read head and shoulders in that context, or indeed in the context of the report to committee that we've just looked at, what should the inspector be inferring to those who are using that phrase?
I think it is to refer to those two elements.
Thank you very
That's
much.
how it was used in the pre-application process as
Yeah.
well.
You. Coming towards the end, my learned friend described the fenestration as chaotic on 3 occasions. Chaotic means with no apparent pattern. In terms of these windows, what do they reflect?
They reflect the internal layouts of a residential scheme, which is stacked in itself mostly, and they stack vertically. That's it.
Thank you. And is there any rationale to that stacking from a program point of view, or from a visual point of view, or from the view of somebody on the street?
Yes, the rationale is to reflect what is happening inside the building. So there would be living rooms, bedrooms behind. The fenestration reflects that. So do the balconies, and in addition, the stacking was also done on purpose in order to emphasize the verticality of the different bays.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Those are my questions in re-examination. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. No further questions from me. You'll be pleased to know. So we'll take a pause there for 10 or so minutes, and hopefully we can fit in the evidence in chief for the next witness. Yep. Okay. Thank you. Do you have a witness to introduce?
Yes, I do. Thank you very much. Is your name Lewis Eldridge?
Yes, it is.
You give your qualifications and experience at page 1 of your proof. You've got a Bachelor of Social Science with honours, MAUD, MSc, Institute of Historic Building Conservation. Is all of that correct?
Yes, sir.
You're a director of the Townscape Consultancy Limited, and you're a consultant advising on heritage and townscape in this case. You have held positions of that nature for the last 25 years, been employed in senior positions by the Richard Coleman Consultancy, City Designer, Iceni Heritage, and Townscape, as well as now the Townscape Consultancy. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You tell us where those degrees are from, and you include a full CV in Appendix 2, which I'll take as read. I am going to ask you about paragraph 5, though, because it tells us about your involvement with the case generally, where you say you attended pre-application meetings with the London Borough of Southwark, the GLA and Historic England, supervised the preparation of the HTVIA, which was submitted with the planning application, and you then prepared evidence following the appeal. Is all of that right?
That's correct, yeah.
Good, thank you. So can we take the proof as read, as you indicated at the CMC? I've got these additional questions to ask you then, please. I'd like you to characterise for the inspector the overall Peckham context. The overall Peckham context, please.
Yes, the Peckham context is focused on the confluence of routes coming down from Peckham Hill Street and coming up from the south, from Peckham Rye, up to the staggered junction with the Peckham High Street running between those two and running east to west. Beyond that, the context includes a number of buildings going back to the 18th century. There's a small fragmented group of those. Further south, there are a number of commercial buildings which sit south of Highshore Road, in particular, more horizontal and 20th century examples on the north side of Highshore Road. Within the northern part of Peckham High Street, there's a number of Victorian examples, and then the town centre has to its east side the large-scale car parks of the site itself, including the Morrisons, of course, and the Aylesham Centre, which runs out onto the frontage, which is in the conservation area on the east side of Rye Lane.
Thank you. And the special character of the Rye Lane conservation area, please. How would you summarise that? We've got it in your proof and in your your TVIA.
Yes, I would characterise it as including elements of transition from the earlier part of the village core, as has been identified by others and identified in my proof, but with this commercial development sort of overlapping and running particularly down south onto Rye Lane. And within that, there is a number of buildings that sit. The Rye Lane Conservation Area appraisal talks about 2 to 4 stories. There are some that are taller within that group of buildings, and then there are character areas. The character of the northern part along Peckham High Street is somewhat different to the character further south on Rye Lane, and that's picked out. There's also a very different character around the library, for example, and within the Peckham High Street, there are a number of sort of interesting points of interest, such as Shard's Terrace, which runs into the throat of Peckham Hill Street, for example.
Thank you very much. Next question is, how much, if at all, of that significance is embodied positively by the application site in that context?
I don't think that any of the significance comes from the application site. The application site includes great swathes really of at-grade car parking, which is within the setting of the conservation area, indeed partly within it, on the high shore, on the Hanover Park side, and that runs up through the conservation area almost to the southern end of the buildings on the south side of Peckham High Street, and then the part of the conservation area which includes the Aylesham Centre is very poor because of the Aylesham Centre itself. It's a very poor quality building, poor and mediocre.
Thank you. Can we go to your proof, please? And can we look at paragraph, it's on page 10 and it's paragraph, I think it's 90.
Yes.
It starts by saying the existing 1980s Aylesham Centre is a clear and considerable detractor from the character and appearance of the conservation area. Just pausing there. Is that your professional view?
Yes, it is.
Have you ever held a different professional view?
No, I haven't.
Thank you. I just want to explore, the inspector can read these paragraphs and their contents, but I just want to explore with you a couple of headings that we discussed with Mr. Bevan and other witnesses yesterday. Can we start with scale, please? Mr. Bevan accepted that the Aylesham Centre facade constituted a massive spatial intervention in the conservation area.
Yes.
A, do you agree?
Yes, I do agree.
And B, why do you agree?
Well, I think it's writ large to some extent in figure 2. You can see that it's an extremely long, wide elevation. It's sort of disconnected from its ground floor, but the width of it is quite something. It's almost the whole of the urban block.
Thank you. Why is that harmful?
It's harmful because the verticality of this part of the conservation area is an important consideration, and the building doesn't consider that. It also doesn't include any kind of depth to it. It's a very sort of flat elevation. And I guess I'm perhaps going beyond the scalar question, but it's also in detailing terms, I think, very poor.
Yeah, I'm going to come to those. I want to start with the scalar issue and spatial intervention. In terms of horizontality, is that a factor that the inspector should bear in mind in the contribution that the centre makes or doesn't to the significance of the conservation area, its character and appearance?
Yes, certainly in the sense that it doesn't make a contribution. I mean, you can see that sort of buff-coloured brick emphasising that horizontality. You know, in a way that's certainly not in character with the character and appearance of the conservation area.
Thank you. The arched entrance, please, seen in figure 3.
Yes, the arch entrance, I think, is a very poor intervention into the urban environment. I think it's poorly detailed. It's sort of massive in its scale. Yeah, it's got some sort of elements to it that are to some extent stuck on. And yeah, I would consider that to be a further detracting element as part of the whole.
Thank you. Later on, you introduced the benefits of the proposal, and we'll come to those in another part of this examination in chief. But one of the benefits that you introduce is the permeability through the site and through the conservation area.
Yes.
I want to look at the images in front of us, please. The character and appearance of the conservation area and this part of it, is it enhanced or detracted from by the absence of permeability?
The absence of permeability, I think, is, you know, detracts from the conservation area and its significance.
Why?
Because the permeability is part of the character and appearance of the conservation area. It's picked up in the conservation area appraisal. You see it in numerous instances throughout the conservation area. If you head further south from here, for example, I'm looking at figure 3, you come to places where, for example, you can go through on the left-hand side to the east, further down into the Bussey building, or you can go to Peckham Levels, you can go through to the railway station. All of those are examples of sort of perpendicular permeability that I think contribute to the character and appearance of the conservation area.
Now, are these points singular points, or do they interact? Which is it?
Sorry, can you?
Yes, the points that we've raised, spatial, intervention,
the points
scale,
interact.
horizontality.
Yes, they all interact.
Let's just think of the interaction between the scale of an uninterrupted facade that you've told us about and permeability. Are they connected?
Yes, they are.
Yeah, thank you very much. What about proportion, please?
Well, I think the proportions of the building are very poor. You don't get a sense of it responding to the terrace buildings opposite. There's a real lack of kind of elegance in its elevation, and again the width of it gives it a very wide and spatially large proportion.
Yeah. Were you here yesterday when both witnesses agreed that it could be doing with being, in one case, a bit taller, and in the other case, indeed taller?
Yes, I agree with that.
Yeah. Very much for that. Now, I wouldn't usually need to have to do this, but point is being made about those points and things that you're saying, in effect, coming later in the day rather than earlier. So we're going to have to pick up your HVTIA.
Yeah.
HTVIA. Good. You've had a sneak preview of this, sir.
Yes.
When was this document constructed and written, please?
This document was constructed and finalised for the application, but it was a document that sort of existed throughout the process, and various iterations of it existed. So it's a sort of working document up until the point that it was submitted in July 2024.
From when had you been working on it approximately then?
Well, we had done the baseline prior to DRMM coming on board. We had worked
So that
on the Shepherd Robson scheme.
Oh, right. So that takes us back to what, 2022 or thereabouts?
March 2022 was when we began the process. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. Let's go to page 29, sir. So are you working on the hard copy or the hard copy? Well, we're on page 29.
Struggling, so I don't seem to have page numbers in this one.
They're right towards the middle of the document, so right next to the fold. Yeah, that's the page number.
Oh, sorry. I apologise. They should be on the side.
The inspector can see it from about a mile away. Don't worry.
I was expecting them at the edge.
Yeah. All right. So can we go to section 5, the site and surroundings, where for 5 paragraphs or so you describe the site and surroundings, and then you say this at 5.7: the visual quality of the building's shopping centre ranges from poor to mediocre. See that?
Yes.
So if mediocre is sort of here and poor is below it, do any of them get above mediocre?
No.
No. So if I describe these buildings as beyond mediocre in my opening, by reference to this, execrable, yeah. Well, I'm entitled to an opinion and I'll express it as an advocate. Yeah. So here we go. The RI forming the shopping centre ranges from poor to mediocre. Was that the view you took then?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
Do you still take that view?
yes.
Yeah. The Rye Lane frontage of the Aylesham shopping centre appears long and relatively unrelieved in its form and expression, with treatment of windows, false balconies and barrel roof elements providing only superficial articulation. Is that the same or different from what you're saying now?
The same as now.
Yeah. The entrance arch and glazed arcade are heavy and somewhat crude in their form and execution. Same or different?
The same.
Supermarket is drab in appearance with large areas of black frontage.
Yes, the same.
Dominance of parking, you've already explained that. I know you've read these sections. Are these sections saying anything different from that which you're saying to the inspector at the inquiry in October 2025?
No, they're not so.
All right. We could go to others, but I'm just going to pick up one or two. Let's go to 724.
Yes.
It's page 44, sir. So looking at 711 first, then on 43, the Aylesham Centre is marked for potential redevelopment as at present it contributes poorly to the character and appearance of the area. And then it goes and states what the CAA says. 724, taking into account a low level of contribution to the significance arising from the setting of the Peckham Right Conservation Area, the poor setting provided by the existing Aylesham Shopping Centre and its associated car parks, the work undertaken by the architect to locate the principal volumes of the proposed development further east, while meeting the edge of the conservation area with appropriate architecture and a sense of layering behind. It is considered that the final scheme avoids harm to the significance of the conservation area in accordance with the NPPF. Now, aside from the Aylesham point, which I'm not going to ask you about again, this idea of harm on the one hand, where there is any, being outweighed by benefit of the proposal as a whole elsewhere, is that a new issue for you?
No.
No. All right. Thank you very much. And just one more, I think, we'll do. (1115), which is on page 187, sir.
Sorry, was that 1115?
11.15, yes.
Thank you.
Where you identify some harm in the view of the loss of the clock tower,
Yes.
but explain that it's not the view identified as the most important. And then you say this: in addition, the development of buildings A, B and C, replacing the existing poor frontage of the Aylesbury Centre within the boundary of the conservation of the Rye Lane leads to heritage benefits which balance the slight diminution of the appreciation of the clock tower.
Yes. Apologies for the typo, but yes.
Yeah. All right. Now I want your judgment and your professional opinion, please, as to whether you are saying anything different now in broad terms to that which you were saying right the way back in December 2024 and right the way back to wherever you first started framing up this document.
I'm not saying anything different
No.
to what has been said.
You?
No.
No. In terms of the local authority's position in relation to the conservation area, have they ever taken the view that this frontage is one that should be retained?
No.
Very much. Have they ever taken a view that it's a positive contributor?
No. The 2011 Heritage Rye Lane Peckham Conservation Area appraisal is quite clear that it's a negative contributor.
Very much. Next heading, an overview of the scheme and the true compass of the concern addressed by officers advising elected members. Can you just do a summary first before we go and look at the relevant paragraphs in terms of where you believe you got to with officers in identifying areas of agreement and then the compass of the area of dispute?
The area of agreement, I think, covers most of the site. There are 16 buildings on the site. There was agreement that we, as a team, had managed to ensure that most of the volume of the scheme and the height was on the east side of the site, and that the buildings stepped down into the edges, and that was appropriately done. And that the urban design of the scheme was very good, and the architectural quality of the scheme was very good, and that harms were limited. I think that those are the sort of general areas of agreement. Obviously, A, B, and C, although I think there was a sort of close to agreement in relation to the 5-story shoulder height, that was in discussion for some time, and there was a lot of agreement, I think, on the quality of the architecture, on the Rye frontage. You see that in the committee report, and there's obviously some questions around building out.
Yeah, let's chase down a few of those then, shall we, please? Can we look at the report to committee?
Yeah.
Can we start at, I'm not going to chase down all of these points, but can we start at 209, please? Report to committee 209, just to put the context of the points that Malone Wood-Friend was putting to the architect witness a few minutes ago, put them into context. Paragraph 209. With regard to the locations of taller buildings, the applicant's team has worked constructively with officers to provide views from Peckham Road towards the Jones and Higgins building, and the taller buildings would be located towards the south of the site, leaving views of the head and shoulders of Jones and Higgins Clockflower free from a clutter of buildings in the background when approached from the north and the west. Was that a process that you or your firm were involved in, working constructively with officers?
Yes, I think it was a good collaborative process. Yeah.
You? We saw what was said earlier about a sort of important views and less important views. I don't ask you to go to that. But in your proof of evidence, you refer to going specifically on a meeting with officers with a view to identifying where the key points were for something called the design brief. I think it wasn't you, it was somebody from your firm, wasn't it? I think you say.
Yeah, no, that was after the design brief had been
Right.
released.
Okay, brilliant. I'll come back to that then, if I may.
That was in October.
Thank you. Mind me to come back to that. And is that the type of interaction that is referred to in paragraph 2.9 there then? The applicant's team has worked constructively with officers to provide views from Peckham Road, etc.
Yes, I mean, we in October 23, a member of my team walked around the site as Ms. Tichtonoth was talking about, and that included going to the Persepolis view on Collier Place, looking at the Burger King view, etc.
Good, good.
We added those views into the view assessment on the basis of that interaction.
Thank you very much. Next, please, 210, general acceptability of the organisation of heights across the site. Again, the careful articulation of height has ensured that in the main, the master plan would appear in the backdrop of more historic townscape and a layered arrangement with most of the taller elements masked by lower buildings in the foreground. What's the purpose? What are the officers telling elected members there?
I think they're telling elected members that the collaborative process identified above has given rise to a master plan that is sound ultimately and fits appropriately into its context.
Yeah. And then we've got 213, and the last we've gone through the whole of the paragraph yesterday. This simple layout would be permeable and would create routes and connections through the site with a hierarchy of spaces and character areas informed by the spaces in the Peckham area. Yep.
Yes.
Okay. What do you ask the inspector to draw from that?
Again, I think it's to do with the qualitative nature of the master plan, and the successful work that the architects in particular had done.
Yeah. What about the detailing of blocks A, B, and C? What was the position there, please?
I think that there was good agreement that the detailing of blocks A, B, and C was, appropriate in its context, and it contributed to the character and appearance of the conservation area.
It's considered that the design of the block has been successfully articulated, it says at 214,
Yes.
as a vertical framework with tall ground floor shop fronts facing the street and a coherent style taking its cues from historic shop fronts found in the Jones and Higgins department store, which formerly occupied the site.
Yes.
214. Any suggestions there of harm arising from chaos?
No, certainly not. I think this is a very good description of officers' view of the.
Then we see that in terms of A, B, and C, the complaint is very heavily, clearly focused on overall height of this block, set at 7 stories, rising sheer, is of significant concern. See that? Yeah. So in terms of where you'd get to, how would you characterize the compass of the differences between you and the officers in relation to A, B, and C?
In relation to A, B, and C, as set out here, it's the overall height of the block, and the sort of allegation of it rising sheer that is at issue.
No. Say again? I'm going to do it my own way, if you don't mind. 255. It's not misleading. 255. I'm coming back to that. 255. That identification of concern is expressed in a way that we looked at yesterday. In this case, the harm would be localized on this key frontage. Do you see that?
Yes.
No. Do you accept, in terms of overall height, other than the identification of impact that you identify in your proof, which is the relationship to the clock, do you accept that there is a harm to the fullest extent that the officers there alleged?
Well, I don't accept the level of harm that the officers allege, no. But I do you mean in relation to the localized and focused?
Well, and I'm going to come on to the localized and focused. So you explain in your proof why it is you don't agree with them generally. But if they were right about that impact, bearing in mind what we've looked at in relation to other areas of the site and other potential harms, and this concept of somehow there being chaos, which a point they didn't take, in the event that they identify harm, do you agree with them in this paragraph that that harm would be localized and focused on this key frontage?
I do in the main. You will note that in my proof, I do identify some harm to the listed building, which is beyond the frontage. But yes, other than that, yes.
Thank you very much. We'll come back to that later. Bear with me. Good. Thank you very much. Now I want to look at the context in which that phrase was used, because we know from various of the documents, we've already gone to 2, that while the delivery of 35% affordable housing was on the table, it was said to have been sufficient to outweigh this heritage harm. See that?
Yeah.
Now, as part of that internal balance in the officers' world, what was the importance, in your professional opinion, of them identifying that they could recommend a grant because of the localized and focused nature of the harm that had been alleged?
I'm sorry, you're going to have to rephrase that. Sorry.
We've got an identification of localized and focused harm.
Yeah.
We also have got an identification of the fact that whereas previously 35% may have been sufficient to outweigh that harm, then when the affordable housing was reduced to 12%, not your part of the case, but that potential for public benefit to outweigh harm had somehow shifted. Yes?
Yes.
Now, do you see anything else in 255 that would have allowed the officers to come to that conclusion that the level of harm, however expressed, could be outweighed by the public benefits? For example, the localized and focused nature of the harm on the frontage.
No.
Very much. Good. That's the end of that. Can we now please turn to the impact of the development as a whole? You refer in your proof, I think on 3 occasions, to the Stonehenge case.
Yes.
And the purpose of doing that, please?
The Stonehenge case, I think, gives a very good approach to understanding the overall level of harm, if there is any, because it enables you to consider the adverse heritage benefits against the the adverse heritage effects against the beneficial heritage effects, and it says that you can then effectively net the effect to an either a positive, negative, or neutral position. I think that's a kind of intuitive and appropriate way to understand harm in this kind of context.
Yeah. Shall we look at it? It's CD 11.4. And it's paragraph 195. CD 11.4, paragraph 195.
Yes, I'm there.
Thank you. And it says this: first, when assessing the impact of a project on a heritage asset, it is permissible to combine both the beneficial and the adverse effects on that asset. In this case, we're considering the conservation area, correct?
Agreed.
That is not so much a balancing exercise as a realistic appraisal of what would be the net impact of the project on the asset viewed as a whole. That's the asset viewed as a whole and not partially.
Yes.
Now, is that the approach that you've undertaken in this case?
Yes.
Given that there are positive impacts and negative impacts on the case you advance, given that there are negative and positive impacts, would you invite the inspector to take the same or a different approach?
I would invite you, sir, to take this approach.
Thank you. And that's what you've done in your proof, isn't it? Can we pick up your proof, please?
Yes.
What you've done is at 47, identify the adverse impacts, and on the facing page, the beneficial impacts. And you tell us about the approach that you've adopted at paragraph 150, I think it is, on page 45. I'd like to start, please, in the circumstances of this case, bearing in mind the Stonehenge approach, with the adverse effects that you identify.
Right.
And you tell us at paragraph 163 that they include the occlusion of Jones and Higgins Clock Tower in views from the south, which you then show in view 9, which is what my learned friend was asking me to take you to earlier.
That's correct, yeah.
You say there that's a secondary view of the clock tower. It doesn't include the clock face or balcony element which faces westward, nor can the whole building be read in the screed sheet. Why is that of any importance, please?
Well, I think that we, both the conservation area appraisal and the conversations with officers and our own assessment is that the most important views are from the west looking east, where the clock tower is said to be a full stop in the streetscape, which I think it most certainly is. I think that it is a secondary view looking north on Rye Lane. And so there is ultimately a hierarchy of views. And I think if you're considering what is significant about the asset and its role in the conservation area, that's an important consideration to take.
Yeah. Bearing that in mind and bearing in mind the hierarchy identified by the local authority, I want your professional judgment, please, as to whether that helps or otherwise identify what the local planning authority themselves called a local and focused impact of the proposal.
Yes, I think it does.
Why is that?
Well, because we are looking at a site which is close to we're looking at a heritage asset close to our site, and there are views to it from both the west and from the south, and they need to be taken into consideration.
Thank you. And the fact that there are these other views which have been identified as more important, is that relevant to the issue of local and focused impact?
Yes, in my view, it is. Yeah.
Very much. Then at 164, you explain what you've just done. I don't ask you to repeat that. At 165, you identify the collaborative meeting. Is there anything more you want to say about that?
Well, I would like to correct the date, and indeed I did in my errata in the rebuttal proof. It should be the 18th of October 2023. I thought that was a very helped for all concerned and was part of the collaborative process.
Thank you very much. And then you've got the design brief at 166. We saw that the recommendation for 5-storey shoulder with 2 stories above came from the local authority, both in a pre-application meeting, but it's also referred to in the design brief. What do you say about that in terms of your judgment as to the acceptability of the development as eventually produced in landscape and heritage terms?
Well, I think the local authority had understood the issues around this development for many years. Going back to the Tiger scheme, I wasn't involved in that point, but certainly had been as well with the Shepherd Robson scheme. I think their good officers understood that the site very well, and that the design brief was considered appropriate. And I think that that's an appropriate approach to take.
Thank you very much. One of the other, we're still on adverse impacts. Can you remind me to come back to 58 Peckham Hill? I said I would, but I want to do this asset by asset, please.
Okay.
Then in terms of benefits, which you set out at page 46, you say the beneficial impacts of buildings A, B, and C on the RLPCA include the replacement of significantly detracting buildings which harm the character and appearance of the RLPCA. That's a benefit, you say. Why do you say that?
Well, those buildings are a detractor, and they detract from the character and appearance of the conservation area, and therefore the opportunity is to re-provide a new design which better responds to the character and appearance of the conservation area.
Thank you. One of the harms that you identified that we didn't go to specifically in relation to the Aylesham Centre was their junctions with the buildings north and south. Remember that?
Yes.
one of the benefits you identify in the proof of evidence is a better junction between the terrace and those buildings either side.
Correct.
Just explain that to the inspector, please.
Yeah, I think the quality of the junctions of the existing Aylesham Centre is very poor. I think that it doesn't respond well to the Jones and Higgins building to the north. I think that it doesn't respond well to the what has become known as the bank wing at the south end, number 43 in particular, where it steps forward about a metre, doesn't really pay any attention to that building, that truncated group of buildings ultimately. So I think that those junctions are of poor quality, and they contribute to the harm that is that the existing building does in its context.
And the proposed building?
I think the proposed building takes a lot more care with both of its north and south ends. It steps away, as has been seen and described by the architect, at the north end. It has a chamfered corner, which I think gives space to the Jones and Higgins building in a positive way, and there's animation through that route through. I think that helps its immediate setting and gives it a little bit more prominence, which I think is beneficial. I think to the south, a lot of care has been given to setting in the building close to the route through. This is building C, and ultimately sort of stepping down to meet number 43 in a more appropriate way, and in line with its upper levels, and also picking up on some of the ordering elements in that building with the sort of paired windows, etc. So I think those are all more positive approaches that have been taken by the architects.
Thank you. Now, can we look, do you remember we considered permeability when we're considering the Aylesbury Centre?
Yeah.
We identified that there's more permeability here, and you identify it in that section of your proof as a benefit. Just want to, the inspector's got statutory duties in relation to this conservation area. Can we look at the extent of the conservation area, please? It'll be on your figure 1.
Yeah.
And we see that it's been deliberately drawn, not to the front facade, but to the rear facade, but also to take in part of a yard, which goes quite deeply into the development site to the south of the Waitrose, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Morrison's, sorry.
It might get away from you. Get go.
Sorry. You can take the boy out of the valleys. But do you have that? So there's a sort of indentation to the south of the superstore. Into the yard at the back of
It's a service yard.
Yeah, good. It's a service yard, and you'll see it on site. But we can locate it by reference to the side road. So there's a road running alongside the site, and then there's a side road running northwest, and it comes not as far into the site, but almost as far into the site as the side road. Yes? Okay. Now, in terms of the proposed development, as we saw in the run through and various other things, there is a 2-axis ways created through the site. Are they both in the conservation area?
Yes, they are.
Yeah. And then we saw, I don't need to show it again, a significant garden, Aylesham Gardens, I think it's called.
Yeah.
Is that or part of that actually in the conservation area?
It is, yeah.
Yeah. So when considering the impact on character and appearance to the conservation area in this part of the conservation area, what do you say about enhancement in permeability as a benefit, particularly where the permeability takes you to a park within the conservation area as a benefit?
Well, I think that's a significant benefit. And I think when I mentioned the permeability through the conservation area earlier, I mentioned 2 or 3 examples, and they all end up in a destination, whether that's the railway station, whether that's the Bussey Building or Peckham Levels, all places that have come up in this inquiry. And I think adding a destination at the end of the route through is a particularly important part of it.
Thank you. And in terms of the character and appearance of the conservation area, were you here yesterday when Mr. Bevan said, well, I don't think it's a heritage issue at all?
I was here, yeah.
Yeah. Do you agree or disagree?
I disagree with that.
Placing those permeable routes, one of which takes you to the rear of the development, and the other which takes you, or in the conservation area, and another which takes you to a park significantly in the conservation area, as a matter of fact. How would you rate, you've said it's a benefit, how would you rate that benefit?
I think they're important benefits, that will accrue to the conservation area, to the way its character and appearance is experienced and appreciated. So I rate them highly.
Thank you. I just want to compare then, because Mr. Bevan accepted properly that the test for the inspector is to compare that which is there now, with that which can be there in heritage terms, applying the statutory test. The scale of intervention, which Mr. Bevan said was massive, that one component that we spoke of, how does that compare with the proposal?
Do you mean that, sorry,
in terms of scalar intervention?
The existing compared to the
exactly that.
Yeah. I think the current proposal with its routes through and its scale broken into parts is much superior in scalar terms to the current building.
Thank you. And in terms of proportion, please?
I think it responds much more appropriately to the proportion and the character of the buildings opposite on the west side of Rye Lane than the existing building, and that includes its proportion and detail.
Thank you very much. And taking all those matters into account, you've set out beneficial impacts and you've identified the adverse impacts. You come to your conclusion on page 49, taking all factors into account and applying an internal heritage balance means that, in my view, the harms and benefits of the appeal scheme within the conservation area and its immediate context would be well balanced, and there would be overall a neutral effect on the character and appearance of the conservation area owing to buildings A, B and C. Do you stand by that conclusion?
Yes.
We saw that was a conclusion that you'd reached in principle back in December 2024.
Yes.
Anything has changed
no.
relative to that?
No.
Okay. Right. Then you identify a very low level of harm to the 17th century listed building, 18th century listed building.
I do, yes.
Yeah. Now, ironically, the council officers found no harm there.
That's
do you just
true.
want to explain to the inspector why you identified harm, where it is on the scale, and then it'll be for others to persuade the inspector if he agrees with you or not, if he agrees with the local authority officers, whether the public benefits outweigh that.
Yeah, I mean, that building is an interesting and valuable building listed at grade 2. As you say, it dates back to the 18th century. There's speculation that its height in the Royal Commission report of 1999 talks about its height deriving from the ability to gain a view to St Paul's, and it has a certain gentility to it, as Miss Hegarty said yesterday, and those things for me mean that its height and the expression of its ridge line in views looking eastward on Peckham High Street do make some contribution to its significance. I think it's a relatively low level of contribution because the real significance of that building is within its fabric, within its identified important staircase and plan form and fabric, etc. But nevertheless, I think there is a very low level of less than substantial harm, was how I characterised it in that view.
And it is a listed building, but in terms of impact on a listed building, does any impact, and the council found none, but does any impact on it rise to a concern which has given rise to a justification of a reason for refusal, for example?
Not in my view, no,
No,
certainly
good.
not.
All right, thank you very much for that. Building L next, please. Building L. Just summarise your position in relation to Building L.
I think that Building L is a well-designed and appropriately scaled building that sits outwith of the conservation area. I think it's of high quality and is in the right place in the context of the master plan. I think it responds well to the bus station, and it responds well to the different kind of character that you find on the east side of the development site, the northeast side.
Thank you very much. Can we pick up the London plan, please?
Yes.
See the number. Just bear with me. I just need. Yeah, CD 4.1. Thank you. Oh, it's a very long document. Mine is opened.
Yeah, mine is going quite slowly.
Have you got it? Is yours open, sir?
Start halfway.
Okay.
I've got it open now as a separate PDF. So.
Oh, yeah, that's probably the best way to do it. While we're doing that, could you explain to the inspector the importance of seeing block L, building L, block L, as part of a kinetic experience, please?
Yes, we undertook a number of views, both part of the original set of views, but we've added some for the inquiry, which I think explain the kinetic experience as you approach the conservation area from the east. They're in my proof. I don't know if
Yeah, we should do that while everything is whirring around in the absence of enough data centres.
If I could just help on the London plan, if you can't get it on the core documents, and if you Google London plan, then you get the online version, which loads very quickly.
Go quickly, yeah, that's one I've got.
I've got it.
You've got it now. Should we deal with it since we've all got the other documents out? Can we go to view 27?
Sorry,
View 27.
view 27.
I think you were just going to tell us about this kinetic series of views. View 27, view 27B, etc.
Yes.
Just talk the inspector through that, please.
So this is the set of views that I was mentioning. You in all cases you can see a existing and proposed view. In view 27, you're looking over Flamborough House in the middle ground, and beyond that Purden House, both post-war blocks which are perpendicular to Peckham High Street. Beyond that, you can see the Jones and Higgins clock tower, the rear of it, and flank of 122 Peckham High Street. And then, as I said earlier, the kind of curve of Shards Terrace into the throat of Peckham Hill Street. And in each case, you can see how the development works alongside that. So if you start with view 27 as existing, you can then see how block L works. It sits in the roof line, I think, quite happily and appropriately, and sort of very much a kind of London type of juxtaposition between a taller building behind and the buildings in the foreground. I think that's quite a comfortable townscape expression and experience, and that continues on through this group of views. In each case, you can see the taller buildings P and M behind, which the council have raised no concern about. And as you run through this group of views, you can always see and experience and appreciate the conservation area on the right-hand side of the view. with that flank elevation and the Jones and Higgins building. And in each case, I'm on 27B now, which is page 54. You can see how the sort of stepping down occurs, both in relation to the buildings that run down towards Jones and Higgins, which are on the development site, including L, K and D. And I think meeting Jones and Higgins in an appropriate manner, you can see the shoulder of block D meeting the rear of Jones and Higgins quite well on page 54. But also the conservation area remaining separate and coexisting, I think, happily and appropriately with the development. And that group of views runs on at view, I'm now on page 56. You can see you now have Purden House sort of more fundamentally in your view, and you can see how building M is rising above that, and building L is part of the language still of stepping down. Now the Jones and Higgins at this point is less visible because of those palm-like trees that are sort of just beyond the bus station. But again, the heart of the conservation area is to the right and is, in my view, completely unharmed. I think these elements work well together. You then get to the bus station where you're looking over a very open, and I think, you know, it doesn't express its function as a bus station, the sort of civic function that it might have in any qualitative way. It's just an open space, and we're restricted to some extent here because you know, it's a photograph, it's not your real experience. But I think nevertheless you can see Purden House on the left, you can see the flank of 122 on the right. That for me is a space that requires and needs you know, and the allocation is asking for it to be addressed appropriately. I think then you move to view 37 and you can see how the building does respond to the space, I think, positively. It's got both a vertical element and a horizontal element, and it fits comfortably with building P to the left-hand side and Purden House even further left, and the group of buildings that again step down towards the conservation area to the west. I think we added view 38 for the inquiry, partly because you didn't really get a sense of how Purden House was working. That was part of the criticism of the by officers that you know, the relationship with Purden House was something that needed to be considered. And you can see on page 60, sir, how that relationship would work. I think in motion you would be fully aware of that space between Purden House and building L, with building P set back. I mean, these elements are in effectively the east side of the site, and you can see how the bus station is given, I think, a good identity by this development.
Good. Thank you very much for that. At the minute, what contribution to the setting of the conservation area and thus to the significance of the conservation area does the bus station area play?
Well, it makes no contribution, and I would say it's ultimately a sort of detracting element beyond that elevation.
Very much.
But by that I mean the elevation of 122.
Yep.
Once you get out of the kind of intimate scale of Shards Terrace and that part of the conservation area.
Thank you. Last, please, there are some methodological criticisms made of you. I don't know how far they go, but you just explain to the inspector your response to those methodological concerns.
Yes, the approach we've taken and always take is, I think, a good practice approach, which is based on Historic England's GPA 3 document, the Setting of Heritage Assets 2017. We have utilised that approach in this document. We are aware that, of course, there is an EIA requirement to meet, but also a requirement to meet the needs of the NPPF. The NPPF says that you should understand the significance of heritage assets and any contribution made by their setting. And if you look at any of the assessments in Chapter 7, you will see that there are paragraphs for understanding the heritage asset, understanding its contribution or the contribution made by its setting to that significance. Then there is some text which relates to the EIA requirements, and then there is a MPPF narrative which talks about and is entirely in line with GPA3 and the MPPF about the impact in MPPF terms, whether that might be harm or etc., levels of harm or enhancement, etc.
Thank you. The PPG and also the Historic England document that you've looked to says there's no single one way of doing it, so long as the objectives of the MPPF are met. First, do you think that your approach is consistent or otherwise with the general approach in the NPPF?
Yes, I do, as I explained.
Thank you. In any other case where you've used the same methodology, has it been criticised or found inapt or inappropriate by any inspector?
No.
Thank you very much. Right, if we've got the London plan all open now, it's a very small and final point. There's a policy called GG2, which is at page 17. Under the heading, making the best use of land.
Yes.
And it tells us that you need to make the best use of land. It explains where in particular, brownfield land, particularly on opportunity areas on surplus public sector land and sites within and on the edge of town centres. Enable the development of brownfield land, we are told by GG2. I'm going to pick this up with the planning witnesses in due course, but in terms of the townscape complaints made about Building L, for example, are any of these policies relevant in terms of those considerations?
Well, I think, yeah, I mean, there's been a design-led approach under Section D, for example, design-led approach to creating the optimum development. And I think that that's sort of writ large in the approach of the architects throughout. I don't know, do you want me to go through each of them? Or?
No, that would do for these purposes. I can pick it up with other witnesses in due course. Thank you. Is there anything else you want to draw to the inquiry's attention, please?
No, I don't think so.
No, thank you. That, so then, is our evidence in chief. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. Mr. Turney, would you like to start your cross-examination, or are you?
I'm happy to do so, sir. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Eldridge.
Good afternoon.
Just to sort of make sure we've tied a few things up. You heard the architect being asked about your heritage assessment, your THVIA. Did you review the DAS as well? Design and access statement.
I think we would have reviewed the DAS close to submission.
Yeah.
We would have looked through it, partly because we draw from it in understanding.
That's how I
elements of
understood
design.
it. So you don't come to the inquiry saying there's content in the design and access statement that is wrong and that you disagree with?
No, not in principle, no.
And the THVIA contains the expression of your views on the heritage and townscape impacts of the scheme, even though it was undoubtedly an effort of you and your team, but it includes your views, doesn't it?
Yes,
Yeah. And you put that forward in accordance with the PPG as a comprehensive assessment of the heritage impacts of the scheme.
yes.
Yeah. Can I just, one other point of scene setting before we come to some of the points of substance? The role of guidance from the council. There's obviously a extensive pre-application period, and indeed you were involved in the early pre-application period with the Shepherd Robson scheme. role of guidance from the council, does that constrain the assessment that you carry out of impacts on heritage assets?
No.
So when you're considering impacts, you look for your own professional judgment, you look at the impacts that you consider to be relevant rather than ones that other people consider to be relevant.
Yeah.
Or maybe as well as.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And in terms of getting a hierarchy as to the approach to be taken in terms of understanding the significance of the heritage assets and the important parts of heritage assets, what has more weight? The adopted conservation area appraisal or the advice of officers on the particular application?
Well, I think the documentation has more weight.
Yeah.
Ultimately.
Okay.
Though I would say that I think, there are very good officers in Southwark. We looked at the site with Michael Sakaris, etc. So
yeah,
all of that's taken into account.
Yeah. Well, that you've actually taken me to precisely the next point, and it's my frustration with the way in which your evidence in chief came out, that you were not taken to the paragraph in the officer's report containing Mr. Sakaris's advice on the impacts of block ABC. So should we just go to the officer's report and just get that out straight away? CD 7. That's the wrong reference. Sorry. CD 3.1. Thank you. Page 138 of the PDF and paragraph 215.
Sorry, I've got so many open now.
Yeah, no, I understand.
So, sorry, what paragraph was that?
Paragraph 215. It's page 138 of the PDF. If that gets you there faster.
215.
And maybe if we just go back up to the heading, the heading on the previous page, the Rye Lane frontage, blocks A, B, and C, blocks D, E, F, and Aylesham Gardens. So that's the context.
Yeah.
214, you were taken to, Mr. Harris went there with the other witnesses, and the paragraph that Mr. Harris doesn't go to with witnesses on either side of the table is 215. So the HTVIA submitted with the application includes local views 9, 32 and 33. We'll come on to these views, but it says this: these views illustrate the concerns raised regarding, and then this phrase, the height, massing and alignment of blocks A, B, C, which would have a direct and enduring impact on the significance of the conservation area. Now that's the thrust of the complaint, isn't it, from Mr. Sakaris?
Yes.
Yeah. And so you've understood throughout, I think it's taken verbatim from his consultation response, post submission consultation response, but you've understood certainly since you saw this report that the concern expressed here is height, massing and alignment of blocks A, B, C, and that direct and enduring impact on the significance of the conservation area.
Yes, that's what's written here.
Yeah, you disagree with it, of course. But that's his view.
Yeah.
And then he goes on to say this: view 9 is a strong linear view of Rye Lane Peckham Conservation Area, taking in both the bank building and the historic landmark of Jones and Higgins Clock Tower. The views demonstrate that blocks A, B, C would obstruct views of the clock tower and show how dominant the uppermost floors would appear in what is essentially a 3 to 5 story historic landscape.
Yes.
Okay, so you've understood that complaint as 215 and not just the 214.
Yeah, I mean, you've pointed it out. I've read it. I understand it as, what the council's position is at this point.
Excellent. That will help us when we go on to the further questions. Can I then just take you to paragraph 252, page 149.
Sorry,
it's page 149 of the PDF, page 79 of the
conclusion on heritage impacts.
Conclusion on heritage impacts. Thank you. 252, conservation area appraisal recognises the contribution of the Rye Lane and Peckham High Street frontages to the significance and setting of the conservation area, anticipates future development. and then it explains at 253 generally conform with the guidance in the site allocation, and then however there would be a high level of less than substantial harm as outlined above relating to the Rye Lane frontage blocks ABC. It explains then that sits this part of the site sits in the conservation area. Monolithic design, sheer 7-story scale and massing of these linear blocks would be the cause of that harm.
Well, yes, that's his or the council's position, and a position that I disagree with. Yeah.
It's just so we understand the complaint properly, because Ms Harris was putting it to you that it was a complaint just about height. It's not a complaint just about height, is it?
No, that's I understand what you're saying. Yeah.
Design, massing, alignment, height, all picked up in these paragraphs that you weren't taken to. And then just finally, another part you're not taken to, 256. In this case, this is on the next page. In this case, a question remains how the harm could have been avoided simply by lowering the height of the blocks on Rye Lane and instead drawing on the fine grain and architectural dexterity of the conservation area, and still deliver a successful development on what is essentially an open air car park in a key town centre. As it stands, it's considered the design, scale, massing and arrangement of ABC would fail to comply with Chapter 16, as they would fail to preserve or enhance the character and appearance of the conservation area, or to enhance the heritage asset and its setting with an innovative and creative contextual architectural response as required in the London Plan. And then there's the question about the public benefits to weigh against that. But again, you understand the complaint here, or the point being made here is that the design, scale, massing and arrangement of those blocks would cause harm.
Well, that's the allegation, made by the council.
Okay, good. So I think we've cleared up the point. It's not a complaint about just the height of the building, is it?
No, the officers complain about the architecture ultimately.
Yeah, and this complaint, if we put it in those terms, this objection comes from Mr. Soukaris in his consultation response, who is the person with whom you have been engaging on the scheme for some years.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Let's then go into the Rye Lane Peckham Conservation Area. And before we finish, because we're running short of time now, can I just can we just get a bit of clarity on where the designation, what the designation includes? I think we've got there in the last bit. There's been some to and fro during the evidence on it. The designation includes the buildings on and comprising part of the Aylesham Centre, the buildings on Rye Lane comprising part of the Aylesham Centre, but not.
Sorry, I don't know where you're looking, Mr. Turney.
I'm just trying to work out where the conservation area is.
Okay.
But do you want to pull up a map?
Is it in, are we looking at my proof?
Your proof figure 1, or it's also the first image in the conservation area appraisal.
Yeah, I think I go to the conservation area appraisal.
Yeah, if you've got it in colour, mine's in black and white, so it's not much use. I think it's the very first page, or I think it's just there. Do you have it?
Yes.
So the conservation area tracks from the north to the south. It tracks the first two blocks, first two units, I think it is, of the Aylesham Centre. And then it cuts through the arcade, doesn't it, before you get to the vestibule, if that's the right word?
Yes.
So the area where the arcade opens out is outside the conservation area, but the area leading to it is in the conservation area.
Yes.
And we see that line sort of cutting through that first bit of the arcade. It then runs along the back of one of the units on Rye Lane, and then the line heads east to include, for reasons known to doubtless to somebody, the service yard for the Aylesham Centre.
Yes.
Yeah. And then it comes. No. Which is trying
In
to
the conservation area.
the service yards in the conservation area. Yeah, precisely. Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, the service yard is. I think you said in your evidence part of the car park is, but I don't think that's right, is it? It's the service yard for reasons, as I say, for reasons that I don't know. And I don't think you know.
If I said that, I think I was incorrect. I think it runs down the road that runs into the service yard, and then, as you can see there, cuts
Yeah.
across to
Yeah.
the south of Hanover Park.
Yeah, it comes back in, doesn't it? It tracks back in. It includes the service yard, not the building that leads to the service yard, but the service yard. And then the line comes back in along the wall of the service yard, which divides it from the Morrison's car park, and then comes back down to Hanover Road.
Yes.
Hanover, what's it called?
Hanover Park.
Hanover Park, sorry. Thank you. So that's the extent of the conservation area. I'm going to move on to aspects of its significance, but sir, that's going to take me well beyond 5. Is that a convenient place to stop?
I think it is, yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, adjourned until 9:30 tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.